And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You can be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate every single one of you. Coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. All right, and now what we're going to do is go to the other window. All right. Hello, everybody. It's I, Alien Spaceship. I hope everybody's been having a good day, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. Now, we are going to do the game like I usually do on the weekends. Then we'll get to the other. Well, we'll do a couple of things. So here we go, switching over to the game. See, if this might be stuck, then it might have to be the, see, be careful, information. Oh yeah. Some pirates be the deceiving kind, savvy. Yeah. Oh well. Have to do another server in that game. So let's try that again. It might be sometimes when these servers get filled up, they don't always. Hello there, Rebecca. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Alright, and let's get this one launched and out there. Alright, yeah, because when there's too many people in the servers, they will do stuff like this. The game, it'll kind of boot out a little bit. Let's minimize that window and put this over here. Gotta choose another one. Okay. This one should work better because it's not as cluttered. Oh. Some hair in my face. Alright, so there's the Christmas tree. But you know, the palm Christmas tree, as they call it. Alright. And there's some gifts right here. This needs some repairing. Let's go here. Alright, so this part is, this part is repairing the ship from past damages it incurred. Alright, and let's go to this part right here. Alright, now we're pumping it out, the water. Now hammering. Doing some additional repairs. Oh, happy anniversary to you and Rebecca. Okay. Is it good to see you? Also, welcome to the stream. All right. So, yeah, I hope y'all had a good day. Because anniversaries are good times to remember the the relationship starting, and it's a good way to based on good memories and also the relationship lasting over time. So that is always cool. So I like hearing about those events when they happen. Okay. So did y'all go anywhere out of curiosity if you want to mention it? Because there's lots of times where sometimes people do stuff on their own or they'll go somewhere, or sometimes they stay home. I've heard with anniversaries people do all kinds of different activities. It's not always like the same because people do different things. And now in this golden goddess ship, we are going to sail off to out here. Okay, let's go. We went to the gas station. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I had good memories going to the gas station before. I had fun events happen during those times. I mean, with just speaking of gas stations, yeah, I've had my gas station experiences. All jokes aside, but I yeah. Now, gas stations, surprisingly, some of them have more things in them than others. They'll have times where people will have little restaurants inside gas stations, or food or drinks. A lot of times, I like the slushies at gas stations. You know, so I remember used to get us in the chat. You would get us treats in the gas station. That's something I remember you would do. And when you go to, and you would ask the chat what treats they wanted, and you get it for us. I remember that was a clever one. I like that. Now I know. See where I am. There's no 7-Eleven. Shout to Mary Toodles. Shout to Mary Toodles. Shout to Mary. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Okay. I saw it yesterday. I was there yesterday. You're seeing the kitten.
What kitten?
Yeah. What kitten do you have?
I don't know.
Okay. I was there in every single day.
No, you weren't. You weren't 2 days. 2 days before that, you weren't.
I was.
No, you weren't. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. Don't start that. It was 2 days at least you didn't. Maybe you did go yesterday. You didn't go 2 other days.
I did.
You were in an alternate universe doing it. You weren't doing it here.
So yeah, now the 7-Eleven. Oh, you forgot what I requested from the gas station. Now, I will say that speaking of I'll say that what I was going to say was that at the 7-Eleven, we don't have those where I am, but they're very similar to gas stations.
I think they do.
They don't have them where we are.
I think they do.
Well, they don't have them anymore.
Oh, you are so.
All right, so at the 7-Eleven, it's like a giant gas station, but without the gas part. It has lots of different things in there people could get. All right, and Rebecca said, I forgot what you requested from the gas station. Oh, I got some, requested some hot Cheetos and a Powerade. That's what I requested. I don't remember what the others wanted. Okay, and
You'll be doing this shit till 1 in the morning.
let's fire a. Yep. When I was at a couple of years ago, I would get monster drinks. I used to get them from there. All right, and then we're gonna parlay this ship.
Oh. Okay, I know what this is.
Okay, now heading towards the different islands to sink more ships. All right. I'm scared.
That's the cat. That's here. I always get stuck between the heavy stuff.
Okay, now firing at this ship right here. Yeah, this area has a.
Why do you see those poor cats?
See, that sinks it because its level was very low. It's very low level. At gas stations, sometimes there could be. There's all kinds of. Sometimes there's regular people. Sometimes there's these people that are kind of strange. Other times there's like an unexpected person from out of town. I mean, there's an abundance of eclectic individuals at gas stations, and sometimes they're just empty. And people that are on the road going to place use gas stations to get snack on something, etc. I think that was very clever of gas stations to come up with that form of services because that's what people would like on the road. It always has like a unique, like a, what's the word, shelves of stuff. Sometimes they'll sell things like technology. I've seen technology at some of those places.
You're okay.
I've seen some technology. I've seen some clothes and things. So some of the gas stations sell things that you wouldn't expect other ones to do.
Big ass bed. Okay.
Now, over in these waters, in this specific area, there's not as many ships. They must have been sunk already, and that's the nice moon. The enchanting moonlight. Go to the island of outcasts. Ah, here's more ships. Arg.
I thought you would have cleaned the cats for me. Would have helped me. Cat goes in the box. We're just gonna take the box out. That's what we're gonna do.
Bubbles likes that box.
Yeah, I know. Well, you had your stuff in it. You couldn't have got it anyway.
I know, but he likes the box.
Still wanna help me. Still wanna help me. That's what you're doing. Still wanna help me. You have to accept that he's not gonna help. Okay.
See this situation. See the skeleton ship is the scary looking green one. The checkerboard one is from the Navy. All right. We're going this way and firing at the ships. All right. Okay, so. Oh, arg. More treasure to plunder from these other ones out across the horizon, around the outcast islands. We're gonna go sweep across that way. Okay, so here's the first one. Perhaps we'll wait for the. Oh, this will be even a bigger sweep, all the way from this direction, as we have the ship being repaired by zero.
What are you gonna do when I'm dead? I won't be able to do this stuff for you.
The thing about the zombie ships is that the skeleton ships is they like to attack on their own without being provoked. This is like a landmine of ships in this region. Okay, then we're gonna get another one of these. And see more start to follow. All right. Still got a slight scratch, but we're alright. Okay. More plunder. Yay.
I just want to cry. I don't know why you won't help me. I just don't know why you won't help me. I don't know what to do about it. Why you won't help me? I'm so tired. You won't help me.
Oh, we're getting close. It's getting filled up completely with treasure. Well, at this point, the bounty hunters are gonna have to start fighting now. Scared. Scared. Alright. A two-front war. Alright, that is excellent. Alright, there it is. I thought there was two of them for a second. There's just one. Okay. Okay, and he's. Alright, we know the Devil's Anvil's open, okay. Alright. Let's go, Doc. Merry Christmas, the white man. Thank you for all that you do. Um, Hope you've been doing well, buddy. Uh, and Tonight we're playing a game, and it's the doing game and maybe some other stuff later. That's what we're doing. All right. So, what is that? Captain Amand. That's crazy. Okay, so that's my share. That's a couple of different things that won't fit. Comfy boots. Okay. Oh, nice. Now it's time to board. Okay, let's go over to his. It's I'm in a battle, so I'm gonna have to teleport to another island and then go back to him. Let's go here. Nice. Like the wood designs. It's very cool. Cool. Awesome. I remember this ship. It's been a while since I've piloted it. Facts. Okay, so looking for where is this fleet? Let's see if I can find a fleet. Ah, let's see. Oh, okay. Or try to go to the treasure fleet. Keep going straight, and then eventually we're gonna have to make a turn. Try to reach the fleet before it sinks. It's on the other side of town. It's right by Cuba. We should run right into it in a little bit. Yeah, Devil's Fleet, the treasure fleet, if we're able to make it. If not, we'll just go back to the other ships. So there's the treasure. I see the Halo right there. Sometimes in the game, the Navy releases a treasure fleet, and it goes out, and there's like extra treasure. It's quite fascinating. You see, other pirates are heading towards it. Ah, yep. Here, there it is. Here we go. Oh, that's a big fleet. I've never seen it at full speed like that before. Not full speed, but at full. Um, Usually, the couple of ships are sunk by the time I get here. Wow, that is powerful. See, in the pirate movie, these things are depicted with white sails only. The game's a little bit different. Nice, hit the main ship. Nice. Oops. I know he's trying to repair it, and I just uh, scared. This is keeping a distance. Keeping a distance. Hello, Lynn. Good evening. Welcome to the stream. Hope that you're doing all right. I'm fighting a royal fleet at the moment. Ah, nice. We sunk one. All right. I have recently started. They have not come yet. The others have not come yet, or maybe they're doing something else. Yeah, I can also went live a little bit of a slightly different time than usual. They might come in more later on. I'm gonna to because sometimes I don't always go live exactly at the time I usually go do it. And over here it is the weekend. All right, so let's go this way. Okay, let's see. Oh, I see the ship has been a little bit weathered. Okay, I'll back up over here while it's repaired. I was kind of coast. You want to do some coasting right here? It got kind of warm where I am, but then it's going to be colder tomorrow. The weather is bipolar. It goes, it gets hot and cold. All right. Now the bounty hunter is going to go after us now. Here we go. Hello, Aaron. Good evening. Welcome to the stream. I hope you had a nice day. I'm playing the Sleepy Pirate right now. And Zero's with me in the game. I've been doing some, looking up things about for videos and things like that. All right. So, all right, there we go. Now we're attacking. Yeah, Nappy Pirate. The Nappy Pirate's getting chased by the bounty hunter and trying to fire at a Navy ship treasure fleet right now. He's got a lot in his tail. Oh, okay, so it's gonna get us a little bit. It's alright though. Turn the safety on. Alright. Hello, Moki. Good evening. Welcome to the stream. That's funny. Scared. Yeah, this is a little bit different. It's a treasure fleet. Okay. We'll go dock. Oh, Moki, you went there today. That's cool. Yeah, I was doing something else, but I'm glad that you got to go there and hang out there. All right, now we're gonna go back out. Here we go. Oh, okay. We will watch that trial at some point, Moki. No problem. Yeah, shout out to Squeege. Oh, the OJ trial, too. Hello there, Goose. Welcome to the stream. About to make a collision with some hostile ships. Okay, we'll watch the OJ trial. I'll be glad to do that. Okay. Sometimes these ships will use this as a human shield. Alright. The other ship's the human shield. Okay. And Moki says, you need to watch Alien for me while I'm gone. Right. She was a grifter. Right. Okay, so now here's that conversation. Oh, my shoulder. I pulled something. I'm glad I was able to do that while sitting down. Alright. Interested back then, I was bitter, then interrupted my Monta Williams, especially Sylvia Brown Wednesday. So, okay. Then we're going to twist over. Oh, we're going to get hit a little bit. Yeah, we're going to get hit. There we go. They're going to kind of glide this way so we don't get the ship sunk. Yeah, I will say I'm not familiar with that Sylvia. Scared. Looks like those those two other ships are back. Okay. Oh, okay. So that's interesting, Moki. Interesting information. All right, gonna get this ship sunk. Uh, I was in college when the chase happened, and I was in my first job when the trial wrapped it was so long ago. Oh, okay, yeah. You see, back then it was before they were doing it on computers. I think the trials on computers. So everything's so different now how we communicate and text and stuff. So yeah. Alright, we sunk it. It's a long coat. Alright. Bronco Chase was in 1994. Oh, nice. That's cool. Well, I mean, not that it's a cool to have that happen, but the year '94, interesting. Yeah. Trials started in January '95, ended in October. Okay. Has this been restored? Okay. Running on the island. Oh, you missed the '90s. Although I was, and I was in the last. I was in the credits of the '90s. I was like in the last part of it, but kind of like the ending of it. But still, I was in a spot there for a little while in the early 2000s. In my opinions, were similar to the '90s. So yeah, I think it was a very cool time period. With the indie. I do like the current technology we have to be able to do these kind of things, but it still had very people used to go outside and touch grass, so to speak, back then. The fear of Y2K was a bigger problem. Oh, okay. I'm scared. They thought the end of the world was going to happen, but the computers would update automatically. They wouldn't have to deal with those types of problems. Indeed. Zillion touch grass, ride bikes, friends' house, and went home when street lights went on. Right. Hokie said, I was working at newspaper for Y2K, waiting for the world to end. Oh. Okay. See, I was going to say. Yeah. Oh, look at the sky. It's getting all twilight looking, like the jacket I have on in the game. Oh, there's the moon. You were 28. Okay. So that would be my age in 2 months. Should have ended going downhill. Okay. Yeah. You still act 28. Yeah, it's only a number because yeah, everyone is in their 20s here. That is true. All right, there is zero by me. That's so that's zero. That's zero's character and my character. The two musketeers. Gen X were born 30, and we still are 30. Yeah, and let's see. We established this. Okay. All right. Let's. We'll go. Zennial. It's funny. Zennial. Okay. 30s were rough. 20 were dumb. 20s were dumb. Oh, yeah. Life is a continuous learning experience. Um, Indeed. Hello, Frog. Good evening. Welcome to the stream. Glad he's hopped over here from the lily pad. Yes, yes. As I said, shout out to Frog. Hey. Uh, Loki squeeze. Yeah. Hello, Anna. Good evening. Welcome to the chat. Hope that you had a nice day. Yeah, howdy, Frog. Absolutely. Squeeze the toot out of Frog. Oh, oh. There we go. Last night I the live went a little bit after some of y'all left. It went on for a little bit longer, and watched some of Brooks, and there are some conversations that happened. Is trying to get everybody to settle down, and then I eventually got trying to. At the moment, I thought there was going to be settled down. Let's go over this way and fire. There is a situation, another, say, a spicy incident occurred again, and then what happened next is a little fight broke out. And then I was like, at some point we had to. I was like, yeah, it's about time to end the stream, and I did. Yeah, Aaron. Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. It was last night. There was some diplomatic conversations to try to resolve issues that are going on, and I think overall, especially in the beginning, it went. It went. Oh, I would say it was very. The exchange was very interesting. It was intense, and I do think eventually there was a more. I'd say a peacefulish resolution to it, and it. Everybody eventually went to bed, but yeah, it was quite heated. Hello, Passion. Good evening to you. Thank you for your thoughts on the matter that you've mentioned. Fighting can be cathartic, and then at some point towards the reason why I'm mentioning this is towards the end of the show, we had G come in. She wasn't really completely sure what was going on, and then towards more of the end part, she was challenging what things Moki may have done, and we were trying to drop the conversation, and well, trying to drop the conversation, and she proceeded to keep on going. She then got into a fight with Mermaid, and Mermaid told her she needs to, stop and just focus on the trial, and then she agreed and said she would go and watch the trial, and then proceeded to say no one's going to tell her what to do. But I was like, we were just kind of telling her that we need to want to focus on a topic, and we do have some rules here. So she was then Mermaid timed her out for a couple of seconds, and then she was extremely angry, and she stormed off, so to speak, and is not a happy camper about situations. So we're not going to probably be seeing her, G, around here. So she was not banned or anything. It was just things got reheated again. The stream went on a bit longer than it probably should have been. But I was trying to get everybody, situated because they're talking stuff out after Moking some other ones left, and it calmed down a little bit. But then it heated back up, and then I'm like, all right, it's time to end it. I was hoping we could just move on past it, but we didn't. So, but anyway, the beginning part, it seemed like there was conversations that were occurring, and Moki says, "What? We have to get G back." Yeah. Well, I understand it's an unfortunate situation, and yeah, hopefully she'll come back as she would like to, but it's important to follow the rules, and she would not stop talking about it when I told her to, in my opinion. But I didn't ban or anything. But yeah, it was not really a big deal to be upset about, but she kept on going on and on about attacking your position, and that is what occurred. But yes, it would be nice to have her back. But if she doesn't, in my personal opinion, oh well. But although I do want you all to be, happy and have a good stream and everything like that. But still, I'm thankful for Miranda for sticking up for me in the stream, make sure everything's running smoothly, in my opinion. People could be feel to disagree with me if they'd like to. It's okay. But yeah, so that was unfortunate, but we hopefully will have peace in the future. Passion says it was a matter of miscommunication between two tired people. I hope it settles. Yeah, hopefully it'll settle. Everyone was tired. Oh well, so the thing with G is that she didn't. Uh, she kept on talking about disagreeing about people could do whatever they want in the chat room and flirt around is none of our business. But we are just trying to say over here we wanted to not have a lot of that, and it's my stream. That's how I wanted it to be, and she was, in my opinion, insisting on that and challenging your point of view or how you handle things. And uh, Mermaid was telling her to stop, talking about it like we were saying originally because it was settled and was over with. And then she said no one's going to tell her what to do, but yeah, on the stream we have rules to follow. And she, of course, is, upset about the situation. And I wish she could just not do what she did. But yeah, so it just kind of started up again, and everyone left. And then, because she got there late, so she was trying to talk about something that was already been resolved. And Passion said, kind of came out of nowhere. Its tensions were high. All right, so that is the situation that happened when y'all left. Okay, and Moki says, "For love of God, I wish I had never said anything. It wasn't that serious. Certainly not this serious." Understood, Moki. Okay. And dang female said once, "Let's watch a trial," and she got mad at me too. But after that, it was over and done. Yeah, because there's a time when Anna was telling Caraville and Anna G were talking bad about Trump, and I feel saying some they're saying like some misinformation in my opinion because I fact checked some of the stuff he was saying. I didn't mind kind of because I just want to see their point of view because sometimes I debate Caraville and things, and he said Anna said they need to just focus on the trial. There's enough division going on, and then G went off on me, and the smart people leave my channel if their feelings are hurt, stuff like that. And so she can, be, she doesn't like being told corrected, in my opinion, and when I say I'm the captain of the ship, and she was saying how Mermaid walked all over me, but no, I let her take over the chat to make sure it was going right the way I wanted it to be. So no, I feel, in my opinion, Mermaid did a good job monitoring everything and trying to keep everything in control. And as I said, we all learn from mistakes. I'd be glad to learn as we go on. And as I said, she has her point of view and about the situation, and I'm saying my opinion from my perspective. And yeah, just two tired people. Everything just came out of nowhere, and I should have probably ended it sooner than I did. Maybe that wouldn't have happened, but she would have eventually went after Moki, though, in my opinion. Hello, Glow. Good to see you. Right after Kirk died, the situation. Yes, yes. How Glow, was she schooled? Well, G certainly wouldn't uh, feel that way about being schooled, but it's a matter of opinion about that. I'm just trying to have the stream be as peaceful as possible, but of course, I we all make mistakes and do things that are wrong, and I learn. We all can learn, and over time we'll learn from our mistakes. And it's good to see you, Glow. Welcome. And I yeah, hopefully we have peaceful resolutions. But yes, it has rules to follow. We can't just do whatever we want. And I might want the channel to be a certain way, and people can feel free to object. But when we say, to stop talking about something, then she says she'll agree to stop talking about something. But then she keeps on saying, "No one's going to tell me what to do." It's yeah, because Amanda knows about that. Yeah. So anyway, hopefully she comes back. But if not, I will learn from our mistakes as we continue the dots will connect in the future. And yeah, uh, uh, it is what it is. I hope we have peaceful resolutions. Things get heated and control is all my opinion from my perspective, of course. And everyone has their own point of view, and people feel free to talk about their opinions about things. It's like me, and when someone wants to take their tool pay out of their pockets, I don't bother with any more. this isn't the place for telling people they have Stockholm syndrome. Okay. And yes, as I said, I feel that I like rules in the stream to people to follow. And as I said, if she wants to go, that's fine with me. Doesn't bother me. I feel Miranda was trying to keep the stream in check, but of course people can make mistakes and things are wrong. But I feel that we did the thing we had to do to keep the stream together, in my opinion, of course. But as I said, we could all learn if we do something wrong. But anyway, so there's that. And as I said, when I say I'm the captain of the spaceship, although Mermaid was taking, I let her have the chat and moderate the chat. Of course, I let her do that. Still, I wanted it to be following the rules, and she was like enforcing it. Amount of real life hardships people share here is more real than other stuff that's break up in court, fam, so bonkers. Oh, Abs is doing all right. She wants me to go live earlier, and I think I missed her this time. I missed her this time. But she was telling me she wanted me to go live earlier, so I'm going to start going live much earlier than I have been, so we can see Abs again. And yeah, she doesn't know anything about the situation that happened, the LC chat breakup drama that has happened. I didn't even realize those bounty hunters. So yeah, G has done a lot. She's been very, what we would call has engaged in good conversations and provide good information. But I feel sometimes, in my opinion, she and although I'm not saying it in a private email or whatever, I'm just going and saying it out in public because it is what it is. But so I'm just telling you all this, and I don't care, whatever. So I feel sometimes she's gotten a little bit like she's the boss sometimes, and she doesn't like being corrected, in my opinion. And of course, as I said, I'm being an improper gentleman. I'm not being a gentleman by not saying it privately. It is what it is. But it's all my opinion, and I'll be very nice here and say it's all alleged too. All right. And the dots will connect in the future, and if everyone left me, that's okay too. There's billions of people on YouTube to talk to, and there's been lots of drama with the trial group. They are in the history books of this channel for sure. Out of all the groups that have been here, and for the shout to y'all have done. Y'all are cool people, but this era is very historical. Abs goes to bed at 7 alien. You'd have to start at noon. Yeah, I have to start at noon. True, done with personally. I will keep my nose in my own business out of it. Lesson learned, right? And especially Moki wasn't there to defend herself either. And if that didn't happen, she would have been in here scolding Moki, and that people could just do. It's like gossiping's a sin, but people could just sleep around with whoever they want to sleep around with. That's also sinful, though. So it's like, what are we doing here? It's a contradiction there, but whatever. Yeah, I like certain rules, and people in the audience didn't like what was going on, so I wanted to just take out the situation. It just was, I felt it was logical, because people also that were watching me weren't liking what was going on, and I liked how the channel always was. It was nice before. Yeah, but I will say again, I will learn from mistakes. No one's perfect. It's a learning experience, and we will learn from this as we go forward. It all is actually the best thing to ever happen to me. It's the second time you're hearing about the other chats I'm talking about. Yeah, well, there was people that I'm all over YouTube, and there's different groups that were here, and sometimes people come through. And okay, understood. 0. So yeah, that is the part of it where just I'm all over YouTube, and there's all kinds of different groups that I know everywhere. I'm a little bit famous, maybe a little bit famous. Okay, it's at Port Royal right now. It hasn't left yet. Don't pull away, Moki. You being you. The best, yes, the best thing. The reason why it's the best thing is because I have resilience, my own resilience, and I was put in a position, put out my comfort zone, and I learned about myself and everyone else. Because when people get in fights, you know who they really are when you get in fights with somebody, uh, and that goes for everybody. And it's a learning experience and resilience of overcoming the problems at hand. All right, we're gonna go over there for a moment. Um, uh, Fortune. Okay, so yeah, it's a funny way to say it, but in all seriousness, yeah, uh, it's like a joke and being serious at the same time. Yeah, it's because you learn about yourself and everything when you're not in the comfort zone. You know, so all right. Yeah. All right. Okay. So port. It's over. It's like inside the island. It's like the way this game works. It's inside the island. It hasn't. Okay. I don't think they left port yet because it's like it's in the island. This treasure fleet. I'm scared. Right, and yeah, I do. I am going to do some, even if there's trials on. I am going to do some live streams during the daytime to get the different audiences that can't see the nighttime stuff, like our abs. I got some stories to tell her. Yeah. She feels sorry about the whole thing and will not engage about it anymore, really, and will mind business well, maybe Aaron's business. Okay, Aaron, understood. Okay. Yeah, it has not left yet. So we're gonna get the bounty hunter for now until the fleet is released from Port Royal. Ah, because she's so interesting, right? But no, people that were watching me, other people that were watching me, didn't like the chat getting off course. So I mean, it was something that needed to probably be dealt with at some point. But yeah, everything could, there's other ways things could have been handled, possibly, I guess. Yeah. So thank you, Moki, for telling me your thoughts about it. And it's a learning experience of life. We all make mistakes. It's okay. All right. So now we're doing that and going here. All right, we got that. Okay. So yeah, they have not left Port Royal yet. Or you make your own bread and live on an island. Yes, yes. There should be a reality TV show for Aaron on streaming and television. Certainly, we'll be watching. We should prepare for the cooking streams. All right, understood. I like the the. Oh, let's see. Okay, we're gonna dock and pop back out. Okay, so let's dock here. Food that I like cooking is food from the city and the Italian food too. That's also nice, like different spaghettis and stuff like that. I like the different. So those are the ones I like, and I'm starting to get into the Japanese food to cook because I have people from Japan that I talk to, and I like learning about that. So those are some topics I probably would cover in the cooking streams. All right, and he's on the run. All right, and other options or suggestions are fine too. I was looking at how people cook steak different ways. That's very fascinating. And in my city, it's just I learned from locals about cooking stuff, and you can make like yellow rice taste like a million other things at once with the types of seasonings we have where I am. There's just tons of seasonings they put into it, and that's where I learned a lot of stuff about the local food that is made and how that's done. Okay, Milky, understood. I was bored. His ship. My family likes cooking Italian food, and they like doing that, and all kinds of different food as well. But besides that, so it's really just like food that my family made and things that I learned about over time is what I do. Like like Mexican food's good that I've made for and family has. Like for yellow rice, for instance, is one. It tastes very different, but quite very fascinating. There's I like making different types of soups. I'm always familiar with plant. I do gardening and like plant my own food. So I grow my own food a lot of times. So for instance, another things I like to make is salad. Which is stuff that I grew from the garden. It doesn't take additional cooking, but it's I made salad with spinach and radishes, sometimes turnips, and I put all kinds of different stuff in it. Many things in it. A favorite of mine that I was making is I like baby spinach. That tastes very different than the bigger leaves of spinach with olive oil and some hot sauce, a black pepper, other things. It tastes just amazing. So yeah, I learned from family, my own research, and experiences in my city. Okay, and if I was cooking for a date, I'd spend all day making a spaghetti. Okay, and get as much flavor as possible into it. Okay. I like making crumbed chicken, experimenting with different sauces for them. Oh, you have a garden too. Oh, yeah, yeah. There's videos that I've done of my garden, and in the garden, there's which I might just kind of mention that for a moment ago, but yeah, I have a garden of ornamental things that are not they're edible, but they're just for decoration, and other things for eating. There's all different seasons that I grow stuff, and yeah, that is very good dishes. Okay, let's see this right here. And with the another see my aunt that passed away, rest in peace. She was very good at making spaghetti. My family has recipes for a long time about cooking different spaghetti and things like that. Okay, and crumb chicken. Homemade pizzas is good too. There's lots of creative ideas with that as well. I like a salmon. Salmon's something else that I like eating. My favorite plant from Japan is daikon. That's something that I grew last winter, and when this cold front comes in, I'm going to be doing that one. Growing that again. It's a Japanese radish. It's white. It's used in all kinds of cooking. The samurai ate those. They ate the daikon, and they would usually pickle things. So another thing in Japan is that they pickle a lot of their food with with salt, sugar, and different various sauces. That's one way they prep things all the time, and so pickling it is good. And the ancient people of the past ate it, all those centuries ago, and they would dry out the daikon and the various other plants that and fish they would eat. They would eat uh, things of that nature. I remember they would have to preserve it certain ways because if they don't, it would go rotten. So when they were able to preserve it, it would last for a long time. Especially there wasn't modern refrigeration back then, of course. The favorite pepper that I like to use, which I think is really great tasting in food, is the Thailand dragon pepper because I like the way it's steamed. It's a dragon pepper, like the dragons are interesting to me, and there was it's one of a very hot pepper, one of the hot, not the hottest pepper, but one of the hottest peppers. And one time I was being very intelligent, and I was eating one of them. It was already hot already, and I cleverly touched my eye. I wiped my eye for a second, not thinking, and I successfully was able to burn myself and a little bit, and I had to get some water and fix it. So yeah, I'll say peppers or pepper spray would be a very good self defense, depending on the situation. Because yeah, that certainly you really feel it, and yeah, it's a much hotter pepper than the usual one. So it's in Thailand, but it originated from uh, South America, and the Portuguese explorers brought it to Thailand. So it was originally from North America because all peppers are from here. So saying that, with the peppers, they could be made into different hot sauces. They could be made into the different salsas, and they could be dried out, and you make it into a powder and put it in anything. So that's also cool. Now, speaking of corn, that's something in America is eaten. In other places, I don't know. There's certain cultural issues with it launched. Alrighty, where are we at? Let's go to. Let's see where the fleet is. Oh, okay. Alright, we're gonna go to that island right now. Cutthroat Island. Yeah, so in my city, so corn is something we eat in America a lot, and my city is very special with corn where they'll put it into spices, lots of spices, and you get this really spicy corn. It tastes very good, and it's very, hot also. So that is something that is, I think, is very delicious. They're able to be creative with that. And potatoes, too. I think mashed potatoes, it's a plain, but it's simple, but that's another thing that is various potatoes is good to eat. There and especially to grow because in Ireland they had a potato famine and everything went south. But still, potatoes are cool where you could just pull it out the ground and you have tons of you can get just the roots because a lot of the root plants are cool under right circumstances. As we said, there's famines or vermin that could still get those potatoes, but it's cool to have something underground. Try get in front of it. Okay, 0. Let's see. All right, we're gonna position ourselves. We're gonna go right in front of them. Right. Yeah, full sails, indeed. There we go. Aha, there we go. Right there. Because my city's famous for their spices. In my city, reason why there's so many spices is that in it's influenced by all over the world. It's a melting pot. A melting pot of various cultures from over time, from Africa, from America. I mean, from the Native Americans to some extent, and the people from Europe too. I I've said this before, but I know one of the people who was helped out with the Popeyes restaurant. He knew Al Copeland, and he like was a carpenter, and he like helped him out with things, and he was like part of it. And that even it's in itself, it's fried chicken, but that still had special recipes in it with the different spices in it as well, and the potatoes, things like that. And then it became like a fast food chain. Then there's, but it's this region, the city. They like a lot of fried things, and the Scottish were the ones that I in Africa allegedly too. From what I read, allegedly that they were the ones that brought fried food here, and in these hot climates, it may have been easier to make certain types of food over other ways of cooking. So that was another factor. I liked ribs. Ribs is good. Ribs are very good to have. And y'all know the famous gumbo that I talk about is something famous for my city that is very involved to cook. And wow, we sunk the fleet. That's incredible. All right, we're gonna be docking 0 if we make it, which we're gonna make it. But yeah, that was the wrong button. It was this button. All right. And gumbo is rice, and it's a soup with various seafood in it. It's very involved to cook. Yeah, so, and one of my favorites is Italian, as I said before, and French food as well. And there we go. And as I said, the all the spices in the universe is where I am. All right, we have that. And all right. All right, let's see. Ribs take so much work to make and cook, and they're gone within minutes. Right. Exactly. I remember when I was eating some ribs, I was eating ribs, and yeah, it was just gone instantly. Yeah, they do take quite a while to cook. Yeah. You know, as I said, Mexican food, is another favorite of mine. My principal hated Mexican food. He said God had a bad day when he made Mexican food. But yeah, so Mexican food's good too. I mean, there's all kinds of Mexican dishes. There's that we've made with those, and I like black eyed peas. I like the uh, tacos. I think are my favorite. When I was a kid, there was uh, or after the time of the hurricane, there was the taco trucks, and man, there were some delicious tacos they made. And some people didn't really like the taco trucks, but I thought they were good. Guacamole is my favorite. You know, it's my that's one of my favorites. I love avocado. I have an avocado tree, a small one. I learned about how to grow an avocado tree when I was in seventh, eighth grade, and like fifth and sixth grade. We had a teacher that was into plants, and she, you take an avocado seed and you put it in toothpicks over water, and it sprouts up a tree. So yeah, but in my region, it's not good for. They don't survive in any kind of winter, and a tree outside eventually, if it got bigger, it probably might freeze. So that's something think about. But yeah, and guacamole is very now. Of course, the slang is guac. That is very good. I used to eat those at those Mexican restaurants all the time. Yeah, they and see. I like fish. My family's Catholic, so they would eat fish on Friday during Lent. I made it so I can forget my password now because I had to change it again. Oh, okay. Scared. All right. It happens, Zero. Thank you for letting me know. And so, so we ate fish. It was usually fried fish or regular fish, any kind of fish form, because in honor of Jesus Christ, because he was the one that was like catching. He was a fisherman, and Peter was a fisherman too. Passion said, "Did you write it on your hand this time?" Right. Uh, so fish is another one that I like making, but salmon's my favorite fish, and tuna's tuna is good too. I mean, tuna could be huge. It could be gigantic. Oh, that's a root of a tree. Right. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So that's another one of the various dish. Oh, with fish, you could like put lemon on it. Lemon's a very good thing to put in the cookings. Like stuff like that and seasonings. It's all very delicious to have. And one thing that I will say is, as I said with steak, there's different ways to cook the steak, and I'll even look on YouTube about much bigger pieces of meat, and which then they put it on like a big grill, and they'll cook this big leg of a cow or something. It's quite crazy, and that is, and they'll cook it for overnight for days and stuff. Oki says not Catholic but like fish. That's good. I'm glad you like fish. As I got older, I have more of a Protestant view on things, but I'm like a hybrid between different Christian denominations personally. But yeah, that's what my family is. And there's like this debate over what I am, but yeah, uh, I've had these religious disputes in my family. I was still a Christian, but I like the Bible-based way of going things. So then when I got older, I learned about both Christian denominations. Now I'm like a hybrid between different denominations. But yeah, the and where I am, it's a cultural thing with the fish on Lent because it's a Catholic region, and it's a the church had a nice fish they would have, and it was nice and fried. But of course, I said there's various dishes people can do with a fish, and my family practices the Lent eating method. It's a form of fasting, which I don't see anything wrong with it, regardless of denomination. But yeah, it's from a different religious practice, Yeah, the salmon's good. Salmon's something that the Vikings ate, and different regions of the world, and it has a very unique taste to it, and I like that. I like simmered daikon. So with simmered daikon, there was this. You put the daikon on the stove and you simmer it. That's a way of and it's very very good. And I said pickled stuff is nice. Let's see. Now regarding tea, if y'all like tea, there's various types of tea that I like. I like Earl Grey and Lady Grey. I like which are black teas, and I think that green tea has a very sweet taste to it, for like a sweeter taste. I like that. I oh One time I got some tea leaves and I put some lemons and lime with it, and like left in the refrigerator over a day or two, and I made a lemon tea with the tea leaves that I had. So I made like a hybrid tea with that. That was pretty cool. It was like loose tea leaves, and then like put it inside a bag, and you make your own tea out of it, rather than the ones that you buy from the store. The way that tea was invented was because of the Chinese. There is this leaf that fell into a boiling pot of water. I never met a tea with a name that I fell in love with. A generic tea for me. Okay, nice. Oh, something that I did was, in this situation, they when I was like discovering the information, it fell into a leaf. The leaves fell into the boiling pot of water, and then they just tried it. They tasted it, and they're like, "Oh, this is really good." And it started over in Asia and went to different countries. I like tea from India, also. It's it's different variations of black tea. And let's see that. Okay, I talked about that part. Coffee, something I've not had in a while. My city has interesting coffee. It's that they sell. It's like pecan coffee. I think my city has a thing for pecans or something like that, because I've oh, everyone likes pecans. Not everybody, but a lot of people like pecans. But it has been known in my city for it, because of the different foods and I saw the coffee. It was from my city specifically that had it in there. There's coffee from something I discovered in recent times about like Turkish coffee, and regions of that world have a certain type of coffee where it's in this little thing, and you just put the grains on the stove, or they would put it in a hot sandbox and heat it up, and there it's all ready. It's all fixed. That was something that I have not known about prior to recently. So the exploring the world of coffee is a fascinating one, to know the different ways they do that. I was learning about blue cheese, and the blue cheese that I know it was like a mold, because I think allegedly a lot of cheese is mold, allegedly itself. But yeah, so it was blue cheese was from Austria, from what I saw, and they left this in a cave, and it got moldy, and the dude decided to try it, and it tasted good, and then it became a big thing. I'm like, he had some courage to eat something experimental like that. So like a cave like this, it was left in there, and then they started recreating it over and over. All right, Passion say cashews are my favorite nut if you're planning on nuts, seeds, and grain planter. Green planter. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, cashews are good too. There was walnuts is another one that's nice. Passion says, "What's that you've got there? I found it on the ground in a cave. I thought it might go nice with some toast." Right, right. I know, right? It's what it's that is some daring way of thinking. Another thing that I found recently that you people I didn't realize you could like make on your own is chocolate. Like you could buy your own molds and make like chocolate bars out of them, and that's something like with I didn't realize it's like people can make their own types of chocolate and their own like snacks, like those sweets like that. And people can put whatever they want in them. I was watching some parts like the Willy Wonka movies, or and like, wait a minute, you could just make this like your own bars, and yeah, so that's something that is not as common that I found interest in. Oh, that's the boss right over there. There is a now this is like an alcoholic thing where not an alcoholic thing that was said wrong. Different types of alcohol that were different drinks. I thought the I like the pirate stuff, so I was looking at like back. I haven't done it in a while, but there's rum and lime, rum and coke. That was of course Coke's more of a modern drink, but yeah, there's even with like drinks, there's different types of ones that you could make different cocktails and stuff like that. The wines are very cool. There's different types of wines. White wine and red wine are the two variations, but there's different flavors over time that you have that they age differently and different methods of making them. So I've tasted that before. Passion says, "What would an alien chocolate bar be flavored with? Different types of alcohol to take you to another planet." Exactly. That is true. There you go. It'll be the you'll be flying to the other realms. You'll be teleport to different dimensions. Right. There would be galactic flavors in there from other worlds too. It almost will look like it's from another dimension. It's Jolly Roger. That's things like that. Let's see. There were omelets. Another thing I like is omelets. I think I was watching A Sweet Life of Zack and Cody from that Disney show, and somebody mentioned an omelet, and I'm like, hey, mom, I want that. And so yeah, that's good. Omelets are very good. I remember she'd put some peppers in it, tomatoes, and some black eyed peas. Exactly, it has to be hexagon shaped, the best shape in the entire universe. That's true, indeed. A hexagon mold. Looking for all the blue cheese in here. Moki said everyone went into lurking mode. Right. Yeah, and that happens at times. And most of the people that watch me are lurkers, and shout out to all of them. Yesterday we got well over 100 views last night, so we all those over 100 people had some entertainment last night from the chat drama. Yeah, because you don't even like realize it, but yeah, there's like many other people that watch, and shout out to all of them. Like, uh, and yeah, so they went into lurk mode, and um, I assume they're reading my short story on yesterday's stream comments. I was trying to get the reader to cry. Oh yeah, yeah. That was a. It was a very heartfelt, indeed. The they need to make the trial chat into a movie, uh, and people can go and watch it. We basically live like we're in a real movie. That's what it's like. We could all say there's. It's not boring. It's always something uh, going on, even if it's not the best outcome. Over time, things will clear up. All right, we have green. I like the blue hues in here. It's nice. There is this steak that this chef and there is this chef in what's that place called? Europe. I mean, of course, I know what Europe is called. I think that I don't know where the person was located, and it was like let's say it was the Netherlands, something like that. It was let's just say Netherlands or something like that. He was teaching about making the steak and the way a gourmet chef would make it, and putting through this entire process that was so extravagant and different seasonings on it, and he put it in a newspaper right for him. That was just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So that's something in their shorts. You know, like you'll see shorts about cooking. There's some trollish streamers that make the steaks in a very goofy way when they're just doing it for a prank video. It's not really the way you're supposed to make a steak, but there's other ones that are from chefs, and it's just short and sweet and teaches gets right to the point. Passion says I really should learn animation. I love telling stories, and I appreciate the animated format for its ultimate potential. Absolutely passion. You are a good storyteller. You're very witty, and you conduct yourself well. You are very creative, and one day, somehow, some way, I like to see animations from your ideas. Oh, welcome back, Aaron. Nice to have you. This is a simple one, but pancakes are really good. Like I don't know if y'all eat pancakes, but there's these pancakes my family would make. It was just, and it was the best thing ever. Like, yeah, bacon. Now bacon is not known to be the most healthy thing to eat, but bacon in a good moderation uh, is allegedly okay. And yeah, there's that's also good to have. I mean, not good to have according to some, but that's another one that's a dish that, oh, a food that I think we everyone has eaten, and of course maple syrup. I love maple syrup. Aaron and I have had conversations about maple syrup before. Some people do recipes that could delete kill viewers if they followed it. Meats and fish in a microwave and risky hacks like using toys to cook in. Wow, wow, that's messed up. Yeah, definitely, because YouTube is filled with a bunch of like videos to be taken with a grain of salt. Indeed. Oh, there is. I have. I don't go on this site. I saw like on YouTube a completion of videos about 4chan posts, and there was like a 4chan post about this evil person that was trying to get. By the way, what I'm about to say is to not try at home. And disclaimer: it's something that will drastically hurt you, and it will, as a disclaimer. And they're telling people to put like a fork or a spoon under boiling hot water with wrapped in tape, and it causes the metal to explode and shrapnel everywhere, and people got really injured. I mean, people are evil on the internet. Like, so be careful about like advice and things people can give online and things like that, because there's some messed up people out there. Yeah, and like people will go on of these 4chan and like, oh, okay, I'm gonna try that, which I don't recommend. Trying something from uh 4chan, anything from 4chan, but that is just like what uh, if he were just like want to see others suffer, it's really messed up. Oh yeah, you want a chicken pate shaped like a cartoon character? Just stop, just slop it in a toy with a fun shape and refrigerate it. A hack. And how about sausage meat shaped like SpongeBob? Yeah, yeah. Erin makes her food from scratch. Uh, that is something that I've heard about before. And Aaron, I completely congratulate you and salute you for what you what you do, because that's a lot of dedicated work you put into that. Dude is running in circles. She's living off the land. Xeno, pretty impressive. Oh, nice. Nice. Loki, we ate Carol. They ate Carol tonight. We named the deer my husband got a couple weeks ago. Vention stew. I'm sure this may trigger some in chat. Okay. Uh, Aaron, did it? How did it taste? I've heard people say they don't like the taste of it. So, did you like the taste of it? And Aaron said, "All this nose ring. Who knew?" All right. Oh, who knew? Okay, if you can start a fire from scratch to have a basic building skills, Aaron, I'll dub you Aaron Grills. Facts. Facts. All right. Aaron said, so our deer on our island has zero gamey taste. Almost no predators, so no adrenaline, etc. Their diet is a lot of berries. It honestly tastes like beef. Oh, okay, Aaron, thank you. Well, I'm glad you have some your oasis over there. It seems a well done, a blessed place and blessed food. Oh, okay. So Passion said, I named one of my cows boyfriend, and after he was butchered, we had the police come over for a traffic issue. They went next to the freezer, and I said, don't mind the smell. Boyfriend is in there. That's that is hilarious. So something that I've known on YouTube these on YouTube I known these people who were farmers, and so I learned about poultry, which is it's the type of the broiler chickens who is it's completely different than the chickens that lay eggs. So I know about that and how all that works with the preparations of chicken and turkeys and stuff uh, like that. Because you could go and take a like Aaron, you could take like a either get chickens or turkeys or get them in a which you may already be doing this probably, but or you could get them in an incubator, right? And you put them in the incubator and switch it on, and that is how it works with the incubation. Then they hatch, and you could like basically grow your own chickens or ducks or whatever. Passion said you should have seen their faces. Oh, I'm sure like they're like they probably the face probably would be a the laugh of a lifetime. Right. Moki said, Aaron, the only thing wrong with you is your nose ring. You are practically perfect. Scared. Scared. Hello there, pussycat. Good evening. Welcome to the stream. Oh, okay, Aaron. I'm glad that they're hatched from your dad's chickens. Okay. Aaron, you give hope for the millennials. I don't mind sharing my errors and mistakes, all my dirty laundry. Oh. Right. As we talk about chicken noodle soup is healthy and good. That's something I eat when I get sick. What's up, pussycat? Whoa, whoa. You typed it as good as you could possibly type it. That works out. That's similar to the noise you made in the song. Okay, let's go here. And some of the medieval dishes, by the way, the medieval dishes vary by social class and region, including thick stews called pottage, roasted meats, and various pies. I saw on YouTube some YouTubers I've seen in shorts will talk about food from different eras in shorts, from like the Spartans, the Greeks, which is the same thing, and people from the 1900s, and they ate various stews and roasts things over there like that. And there was another one that they did where a military, like the different type of military food that was eaten by over the course over a couple like over 100 years, and like in the World War I and World War II and before that. And these two guys are trying the different dishes, and you can see over time how it evolved to what it is now. And you had lots of like corn and different meats, and some of the food didn't look appetizing in some areas. Some food did. Some food is similar to like what I've seen that people from past generations would eat. It's just depending on the era that they came from. Aaron said, if I was a millennial, that would hurt my feelings, but because I'm a Xenial, I don't give two shits. Right. Some things that they would eat is pottage stew. A staple for the lower classes, this thick soup was made from available ingredients such as peas, beans, onions, cabbage, oats, and sometimes small pieces of meat or fish. Ingredients were simply added to a pot and boiled to ensure maximum use of resources. Roast meats. Wealthy enjoyed spit roasted meats, including pork, beef, lamb, and a variety of game birds like chicken, goose. I used to say geese, pheasant, and even swan, peacock lavish as entertainment dishes. uh, Passion said, if we're allowed to switch teams, now I like to be a perennial. Right. Oh, there you go. Pies and pastries. Peas and tarts were common for all classes, with rich using refined fillings and fine pastry crusts, though the crust was often a cooking container rather than food. In the early Middle Ages, examples included savory meats, pies, custard with herbs, and fruit tarts. Fruity, a thick wheat potage, often boiled in broth and seasoned, which could be served with meat for wealthy or as a simpler gruel peasants. Almond milk dishes. Almonds were widely used, especially for thickening soups and stews, as almond milk was common substitute for dairy milk during the frequent fasting periods mandated by church dishes and blank manager. A chicken and almond milk dish were popular. Fish. Due to religious fasting on days week, fish was a significant part of the diet. Cod, herring were common, often preserved by salting or smoking, while eels and salmon were also consumed. Early form of French toast made with toasted bread soaked in wine sauce. And sometimes they put some alcohol in food and spice it up a little bit. All right, desserts were freshly preserved apples, pears, and berries, and cheese and wafers. Sh- Sugar was an expensive luxury, so honey was a primary sweetener. Let's go here. All right, a sample recipe for the simple medieval style pottage of pork and white peas, a hearty, common dish for the time period. This recipe creates a thick, velvety stew with tender pork and a hint of saffron, ginger, flowers, and popular in the Middle Ages. Montrose of pork and white peas. This 15th century English recipe is substantial, com- comforting meal. Passion said sugar is a drug, addictive, destructive, and delicious. Right. Prep time overnight soaking of peas 15 plus minutes. Cooking times 1.5 to 2 hours. Servings 6. Ingredients 200 g dried white peas, marrow fat, or split soaked overnight and drained. 700 g boneless pork shoulder cut into 2 centimeter cubes. 1.2 liters unsalted pork or chicken stock. 1 large onion finely chopped. 1 leek white pale green thinly sliced. 3 cloves garlic minced. 2 tablespoons lard or bacon drippings. 1 tablespoon ground ginger. A pinch of saffron threads, and 1 bay leaf. 1 tablespoon fine sea salt plus more to taste. 1/2 tablespoon ground white pepper. 1 tablespoon verjuice or apple cider vinegar for brightness. Prepare the peas and aromatics. Drain the pre-soaked white peas, warm lard or bacon drippings in a large heavy pot over medium heat, and add onion, leek, and garlic and cook until they are soft and translucent, about 8 minutes. All right, brown the meat. Add cubed pork and raise the heat to a minimum high. Cook stringing until the edges lose their raw color and pick up a light brown color about 5 to 7 minutes. Simmer. Stir in the drained pea, bay leaves, ground ginger, saffron. Pour in the stock and bring it to a gentle simmer. Skim off any foam that rises to the surface. Cook until tender. Reduce the heat to low. Cover the pot partially and then let it cook for 1.5 to 2 hours and stir occasionally until the pork is very tender and the peas started to collapse. Thicken in the stew. Thicken and finish. Remove the bay leaf. Use a potato masher or immersion blender to create a thick porridge-like consistency while leaving some small pieces of meat and peas for texture. Season and serve. Season with salt and white pepper. Stir the verjuice or apple cider vinegar to brighten the flavor. Simmer for another 2 minutes. Adjust the thickness with a splash of hot water or a stock if needed. Ladle into the warm bowls and serve. Passion said it was sounding great until they said to turn most of it into mush. Right. Right, exactly. All right, the Middle Ages, the dish known as blanc mange, white eat, or white dish, was a versatile preparation that could be savory or sweet. The sweet dessert version you're looking for, which evolved later in medieval period into 17th century, a simple, delicate pudding made primarily of almond milk, sugar, and a thickener like rice flour. This is a dessert, by the way. Medieval style sweet blanc manger, almond pudding. Passion says maybe pull the meat out with the bay leaf and use the immersion blender, then return it all. Then, yeah, see, that's a good idea. Right there, facts. His recipe produces a delicate white set pudding, often flavored with rose water and served with cinnamon. Prep time 5 minutes, cook time 15 minutes, plus chilling time several hours. Servings 4. 3 cups unsweetened almond milk, 1/2 a cup granulated sugar or honey for more authentic medieval sweetener, fourth cup of cornstarch or 3 tablespoon rice flour as a thickener, half a tablespoon of rose water or orange flower, optional but very authentic flavor addition, pinch of salt, ground cinnamon for dusting, optional garnish, toasted silvered almonds for garnish, optional. Prepare the thickener mixture in a small bowl. Whisk together the cornstarch, rice flour, sugar, and salt with half a cup of cold almond milk until the cornstarch is completely dissolved and no lumps remain. Heat the milk. Pour the remaining 2.5 cups of almond milk into a saucepan and bring it to a gentle simmer over the medium heat. Do not let it boil rapidly. Hello, Duke. Good evening to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Thicken the mixture. Gradually pour the cornstarch mixture into the shimmering almond milk in a slow, steady stream while whisking vigorously and continuously. Cook. Continue to whisk constantly for about 3 to 5 minutes, allowing the mixture to thicken into a smooth pudding like consistency. It will thicken suddenly, so keep a close eye on it. Add flavoring, chill, remove the saucepan from the heat, stir the rose water and orange flower water if using. Ah, yes, yes, I like that. Scared. All right. I may have read this, but I'm going to say it again. Pour the mixture into a large serving dish or 4 individual ramekins. Allow it too cold to room temperature for 10 minutes and then cover and refrigerate for at least 4 hours until firmly set. Serve the serve. One can invert the blank manger into the plate if using a mold. Serve directly from the Ramekin garnish with light dusting of cinnamon and toast and almonds. We can explore the sweet medieval dishes, and let's do that. Let's see. All right, let's see spiced fruit tarts. Okay. Medieval spiced fruit tarts were simply yet elegant dishes that highlighted seasonal fruit and exotic spices, often sweetened with honey or sugar. They were distinct from modern tarts due to the use of unique spice combinations and cooking methods. And the medieval apple pear tart. This tart uses robust pastry or coffin that acted as a container rather than a delicate modern crust. Prep time 20 minutes, cook time 1 hour, serving 68, 6 to 8. 1 pound mixed apple pears peeled, cored, and sliced thinly. Half a cup red wine or verjuice. No, 1/4 cup of red wine or verjuice. 1/4 cup sugar or honey. 1 tablespoon ground cinnamon. Half a tablespoon ground ginger. A pinch of salt. For the pastry coffin, 2 cups of purpose flour, half a tablespoon of salt, 6 tablespoons cold unsalted butter, cubed, 1 large egg yolk, approximately 4 to 6 tablespoons of cold water. Prepare the fruit in a saucepan. Combine the sliced apples and pears, red wine or verjuice, sugar, honey, cinnamon, ginger, and salt. Cook over medium heat until the fruit softens and the liquid reduces to a thick syrup. This takes about 10 to 15 minutes. Cool the filings. Remove the fruit mixture from the heat and let it cool completely. Make the pastry in a large bowl. Whisk together the flour and salt. Cut the cold butter using your fingertips or pastry cutter until the mixture resembles coarse crumbs, and add egg yolk and gradually add cold water, a tablespoon at a time, mixing until dough comes together in a firm ball. Do not overwork the dough. Assemble the tart. Roll the pastry. Hail Duke. TM facts. Yes, that Hail Duke trademark. Yeah. Cover the tart. Roll out the remaining pastry for top crust or latest design. Cover the tart and trim the edges, sealing well, and cut a few slits in the top to allow the stem to escape. Bake a 375 Fahrenheit to 190 Celsius for about 40 to 50 minutes or until the crust is golden brown. Serve. Let the tart cool slightly before serving warm. Okay, let's go with this one. I was looking for an emote that represents a Duke, but I couldn't find anything. I was completely happy with there's never enough emotes. Yeah. Right. Thank you for clarifying. Nice. Nice. You found the chair. I've not seen that emoji before. There's so many I've not seen or have like noticed. It's a nice blue color. Middle Ages spices were highly valued luxury commodities, often considered as precious gold or gems, and their trade was a driving force behind global exploration and economic networks. Spices, also black pepper, cinnamon, ginger cloves, and nutmeg, could not be grown in Europe's climate, so they had to be imported from the east, primarily India, Sri Lanka, China, Indonesia, the Spice Lands. Yeah, because I'm thinking these medieval people, like how did they, the Middle Ages people, how did they get these spices? So they got it from Asia, because they got spices from the some spices from the Americas whenever America was discovered centuries later, but the before that they went to Asia. Right. Long, complex roots. Passion says, I shall use it to represent an airplane seat at LC. Welcome, username. Grab a seat. We're listening to defense. Perfect. Perfect. I like that. That's excellent. Spices such as black pepper. Black pepper was very popular. Like the pirate game that I play with uh, that was black pepper was very popular in that time period from the East India Company. Black pepper, cinnamon, ginger cloves, and nutmeg could not be grown in Europe's climate, so they have to be imported from east, primarily in India, Sri Lanka, China, and Indonesia, the Spice Lands. Long, complex routes. The journey from source of European market involved a network of overland and sea routes, often referred to as the spice routes or maritime silk roads. Yeah, middlemen. This almost sounds like a drug trade. Middleman and markups. Arab, Persian, and later Ventine merchants. Yeah, and Duke's symbol is the chicken and the flamingo, and he also has like a yak, a bison as well. Sometimes a bull. Yeah, the chicken is a between him and I. We many years we sent each other the chicken and uh, flamingo emojis. Yeah, that was all very cool. The Ventian monopoly from the 11th to 15th centuries, Venice established a powerful, wealthy monopoly on European spice trade, leveraging its prime location to access major gateways in Alexandria, Egypt, and Constantinople. Age of exploration. The desire to bypass Ventine and Arabia monopoly and find direct sea routes to Asia motivate European powers like Portugal, Spain, and England to launch. Duke says I have a list of needed emojis. Yeah. Right. Spain, England to launch the age of exploration, leading voyages to Vasco da Gama and Christopher Columbus. Spices were powerful status symbols indicating wealth, social standing, and passion. To remind me of Ferris Bueller, he's like Duke of fried chicken across all Kansas. I tell you. Yes, it is like that from that movie. Yeah. Good one. Spices were a powerful status symbol indicating wealth, social standing, and prestige. The ability to use them in Duke of Earl. Go on, Loki. Spices were a powerful status symbol indicating wealth, social standing, and prestige. The ability to use the in quantity at a feast was a clear display of affluence. Status symbol. Spices were used liberally in food of rich, not just taste, but to show off a pound. Moki says it's a song. I thought it was song lyrics. But I'm not aware of that song or have not heard it much. But thank you, Moki, for clarifying. All right, Utah, the fried chicken here, Sioux royalty. Scared. Spices were a powerful status symbol indicating wealth, social standing, and prestige. The ability to use them in quantity at feast was a clear display of affluence. Status symbol. Spices were used liberally in food of the rich, not just for taste, but to show off. A pound of saffron, for example, could cost a skilled craftsman an entire month's wages in 15th century England. Medical properties. Spices were widely believed to possess important medical qualities and were frequently used as ingredients in medieval pharmaceuticals by apothecaries. No, apothecaries is the word. That's the word. Yeah. Myths and legends maintain high prices and add mystique. Arab traders often circulated fantastic tales about dangerous origins of spices, such as cinnamon gathered from the nests of fierce birds or pepper trees guarded by serpents. That is interesting. I never heard of that. But well, back then they probably didn't have a lot of these some critters in Europe, so it was probably fascinating to those people at that time. Duke said Killer Whale, a YouTuber, used to sing the Duke of Earl until he started stalking me. I'm serious. Don't know why he did. I bought him a guitar. I really did. Scared. Well, I'm glad that you are okay, and that is a, a tale that is certainly frightening. The whale has gone to whale heaven, from what I understand. Probably for the best. I'm not sorry. Yeah, there you go. All right, not for spoiled meat. Contrary to popular belief, spices were not primarily used to mask the taste of rotting meat, as anyone who could afford expensive spices could also afford fresh meat. Right, and food was medicine for the people of ancient times, especially the people of medieval Europe. Food was their medicine. That's all they used. So the medicines, is the food of that time. So we're about to get into that part. A passion says, "Oh man, I could tell you horror stories about owning and operating an apothecary. They're all over Dungeons and Dragons. A world falls apart if the eagle feathers are too cheap." Oh, yeah, sure. I'd like to know all the stories I can about the apothecary tales. Yep, and I believe it. I don't doubt it for a second. In Middle Ages, the perceived medical benefits of spices were rooted in the prevailing humoral theory, a medical system developed by ancient Greek physicians like Hippocrates and Gallian. The theory held that the body was composed of four fundamental humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, each with specific qualities: hot, cold, wet, and dry. Diseases were believed to be caused by an imbalance of these humors. Spices, which were largely considered to be hot, dry, were used to balance the cold, wet qualities of most European diets and ailments. You were you were not scared a bit. Oh, okay, okay. Duke says, I own a horse farm in Texas. Well, most of it. Everybody wants to ride for free, and we don't offer rides. We board horse. Okay. You still, yeah, I remember the Texas farm. And good to know. Thank you. Additional information about it. Yeah, absolutely. I rode a pony when I was in preschool. Oh, there was a time they brought some ponies, and I had a cowboy hat on, and there's a picture of me riding the pony. Diseases were believed to be caused by an imbalance of these humors. Spice, which were largely considered to be hot and dry, were used to balance the cold and wet qualities of most European diets and ailments. Attribute medical benefits of spices. Ginger, this widely used spice considered beneficial as digestive aid, stimulant, and carminative to counteract flautants. It was used to alleviate stomach pain caused by cold, foliants, and treat coughs and colds. Cinnamon, touted as a stimulant and digestive aid, cinnamon was also used to treat coughs, sore throats, and I was sometimes tip- and it was sometimes typically as powder to help wounds, scars knit together. Oh, camel farms are really cool. I have a fascination with camels. So, camels eat cactuses, and they'll spit out a fresh piece of fruit, but they'll eat a cactus, and they have certain teeth and things in their throat that are able to digest cactuses. So, and that is very cool. Those animals. I respect the horses for no particular reason. I think it's because Tolkien did, and I respect him. He wrote Lord of the Rings. Apparently, he cared for a for a lot, lost lot of war horses. Oh, okay, yeah, that very brilliant writer, very brilliant writer, and Lort is a very good movie about the horses. There's lots of I think they display them very well, and yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Indeed, camels are native to North America. They they really are. Oh, I respect horses because they can and will stomp you into the ground. I got run over a few years back. It was no fun at all, but shit happens. Camel Hawk. Right. Oh yeah, I can imagine with the horse, falling off a horse or running you over, or any kind of farm animal has to be uh, a flash your light flashing before your eyes experience. Cloves, valued for their aromatic and stimulating properties, cloves were used to aid digestion and were also noted for their use of local anesthetic, particularly for the toothaches. Nutmeg and mace. These were believed to help weak stomachs and livers and settle vomit and include appetite and induce appetite. They were also thought to fortify the brain and were even believed to ward off the bubonic plague. Doctors would sometimes stuff their masks with spices, including nutmeg. Passion says camels played a big role in figuring out the middle of Australia. Horses obviously had issues with distance between watering holes. I read something about camels in Australia, and thank you for refreshing my memory about that. And they would obviously be the right animal for the job, and I'm glad that they were able to get them there to do that. The middle of Australia always fascinated me because, like, I remember like when my sister was over there. Everyone's like on the coastline, and the middle of Australia apparently is just nothing there. So I'm like, no one's in the middle of it. I'm like, I wonder what's in there. So yeah, so shout out to the camels for figuring out those mysteries. I have an admiration for unexplored lands or where people aren't at, like a frontier is very cool. And Australia, the middle of it is like a desert. In my opinion, and so it's like being where they came from, but not like really because they're in an island in the Pacific, but a very big island. But still, yeah, that's a shout out to the camels. When I got run over, I was told I came off the ground and landed in some stuff we had found in the pasture. There was a piece of rebar. It's stuck me in my arm like 3 inches. Ouch. Yikes. Yikes. Scared. It sounds like a trip to hell. That had to be like being in a nightmare. Well, you are a trooper to go through that and come back and tell us a story. You're very blessed to be here. Because these things can be very dangerous. Yeah. So I admire those that deal with these wild animals because it can be life threatening. You don't have to worry about getting hit by a car or a drive by shooting. You have to worry about the horses. Thank you, Duke. Yeah. All right, Pasha said it's awful and the red sensor alien, basically heat and silence as far as the eye can see. Okay. Thank you for giving me a heads up about it. and not much to look at. Right. All right, pepper. The most frequent used spice in medieval medical texts for pepper was used to help digestion and elimination of phlegm, and even ingredients of in salves for sores. Duke says my foreman accidentally scared the horse, and here they came straight at me, and I don't run. So, well, that really sucks, dude. The foreman accidentally scared them, but they came at you specifically. Yeah. Uh, Yikes. If you own a Toyota, though, you're fine. No matter where you are in Australia, there's Toyota parts within hours walk of abandoned wreck. I think my sister had a Toyota when she was over there. Okay, good to know. I'll keep that in mind. Technical in the Middle East, tons of Toyotas. Oh, okay, thank you. Uh, Shout out to Toyota then. It seems like the universal car. All right, so Passion says technically you were defeated by a combo move between a horse and a junk pile, which is impressive. Right. Passion said technically, I said that already. I blame the junk pile. Exactly. Is that that junk pile is the culprit? Cinnamon from birds, perhaps the most famous myth concerned cinnamon traders, claimed that massive, fearsome birds built their nests on sheer mountains, cliffs, using sticks of cinnamon. To harvest it, people had to place large pieces of raw meat nearby. The birds would carry the heavy meat back in their nests, causing them to collapse under the weight, at which point the valuable spice could be collected. Other versions include large bats and the use of lead weights. Pepper guarded by serpents, black pepper was said to grow in forests infested with venomous serpents and dragons. Wow, that's really something. The harvesters reportedly had to set the forest on fire, drive away, and delete kill the beasts, which also conveniently turned the green peppercorns black. Clothes from distant hidden islands. Clothes were sourced from Spice Islands, Maluku Islands. That's 15th century Brian Walsh, bro. I gotta charge 10 times the regular amount to get 7 in because of giant birds. They make nests. Vicious birds, trust me. Yeah. Indonesia, located, kept deliberately vague by traders to prevent others from finding the source and breaking the monopoly. They spoke of remote islands guarded by hostile natives or supernatural forces. Okay. So the black pepper, the venomous serpents and dragons harvesters reportedly had to set forest on fire to drive away or kill the beasts, which also conveniently turned the green peppercorns black. Wow, that's impressive, man. That's some creativity right there. Cloves from the distant, hidden islands. Cloves were sourced from the Spice Islands, Maluku Islands in Indonesia, a location kept deliberately vague by traders to prevent others from finding the source, breaking the monopoly. They spoke of remote islands guarded by hostile natives or supernatural forces. Difficulty of so that's some like you have some Lord of the Rings stuff going on to get some peppers. Difficulty of nutmeg. Nutmeg was another closely guarded secret. The Dutch, who eventually monopolized the trade in the 17th century, went to extreme lengths. Oh, I'm being a little bit silly right here. Okay, let's try that again. Okay. Clothes and distant. Hidden islands. Clothes from distant hidden islands. Clothes were sourced from spice lands. Maluku Islands in Indonesia, a location kept deliberately vague by traders to prevent others from finding the source and breaking the monopoly. They spoke of remote islands guarded by hostile natives or supernatural forces. Difficulty of nutmeg. Oh, they won. Nice. Okay. Thanks for the update. Difficulty of nutmeg. Nutmeg was another closely guarded secret. The Dutch, who eventually monopolized the trade in the 17th century, went to extreme lengths, including military force, complex trade agreements to maintain control over the small Bandinese Islands, the only source of spice before this. The origins were simply far away and dangerous. Passion said, I wonder if it was spice harvesters and traders that were the origin of these myths about dragons and krakens protecting hordes that they could people hordes so they could keep people away. That's who apparently who it's from. That's who it was from apparently. And right here, these stories were highly effective. They played on European fascination with the exotic East, added a layer of excitement to mundane ingredients, and most importantly, protected the trade secrets and profits from merchants who held the monopoly. The age of exploration led to Europeans to find the true, less fantastical sources of these spices, which ultimately broke the Arab ventation monopoly and drastically change global trade dynamics. It would make sense since the stories have survived across continents. Yes. Yes. Let's see. Oh, okay, Moki. Okay. Thank you. I'm glad for letting me know you're looking at that. During certain periods in the quantity of the early Middle Ages, cinnamon was indeed considered more valuable than gold. Its price was so high that it was reserved for the wealthy and powerful, and even used as a gift for monarchs and gods. Revealing gold and silver. Historical sources widely indicate that due to scarcity and difficulty of sourcing spices like cinnamon, nutmeg. Oh yeah, she's a sweetheart, Miranda. I shout to her. And difficulty sourcing spices, cinnamon, nutmeg, cloves could at various times be worth their weight in gold, even more in one Roman pound, around 372 G's of cassia, a type of cinnamon. Oh, is she smelling burnt peanuts? Oh yeah, I remember that from last night. Passion said, "No, oh no, sir. I went myself for Snuffle Pegasus Island, and there weren't any pterodactyls or giant apes anywhere, but there was a Nutmeg Farms. Yours, I assume. The jig was up. I'm paying 2 cents per pound. Get him. Facts. Symbol of status, the Roman Emperor Nero reportedly burned an entire year's supply of cinnamon at his wife's funeral as a display amidst grief and extravagance highlighting its value and luxury item. Price drivers. The high value was primarily due to the long, hazardous trade routes and deliberate monopolies maintained in the Arab ventation traders and who tightly controlled the supply. I was trying to snap them out of their screens and get them to use different scents. It's a psychological trick, but apparently it doesn't work in text. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's different psychological. If we were all in the same room, it would have worked. But yeah, it's but I know it's a joke. It was funny. I know it was funny. I acknowledge the joke. So for people to be like, oh, alien meant this, but no, I understand. But yeah, it definitely doesn't always work. Maybe it works sometimes online, but it doesn't work always as we would like it to. Yeah. But certainly it is effective. I, something I could come up with maybe is that, oh, the stream's glitching out, or something like that. because it's in our matrix that we're in. Yeah. But thank you, Passion, for doing that. I appreciate the way you handle these situations, very well. Thank you. You and said I'm glad that we finally got you here on the spaceship. And we certainly need you here. So it's like a year ago I was supposed to bring you here, and I failed to see you to do that when the verdict was being um, at YSL, but you came at the time, at the right time. So like whenever fate decided to bring you here. Yeah. Well, actual price comparisons are difficult. Yeah, everyone loves Pash. Facts. Sometimes I veil my humor in a secondary purpose. I could have done better to resolve the conflict anyway. Anyways, have next time. Oh, understood. But I think you did all right. Uh, you know, uh, I think if you feel you could do something different or whatever, you do you. But yeah, I still think that you did all right the way you handled it. Um, I feel you're a very like I had no problem with you. But as I said, self reflection is always good. Okay. Let's see. Was there any stories about silks? Silk trade. Okay, now we got the silk trade. G was not banned. Neither was Jesus. Nope. They were. Neither of them were banned. G and she told me she decided to just leave uh, and not come back. She was not banned, and all that happened was she was timed out for a couple of seconds. That's all. But no, was not banned, and Jesus was not banned either. I took his wrench away, but he was not banned. No, yeah, no one was banned last night. All right. Yes, there are several fascinating stories and legends surrounding the silk trade. Unlike the spice myths that focused on dangerous origins, the silk story centered around the highly guarded secrets of its product and clever ways the secrets was eventually smuggled out of China. The Chinese maintained a strict monopoly on silk products for centuries, threatening anyone who revealed the secret with death. Legend of Empress Lei Zhu. The discovery of silk production itself rooted in charming legend. Oh, let's see. I'm staying on the joke train with Pash for now on. I jumped off from the joke train, but I'm back on board and ready to toot the horn. Facts. Hello, no drama. Good to see you. Hello, everyone. For some reason, YouTube is not sending out live notifications. I hope everyone's doing better than last night. I had something happen with my jaw going back to Florida Monday. Horrible pain. Oh no, prayers for you, Kim, and uh, it's rough times that we're in indeed. So yeah, prayers for you. Thank you for updating me about what happened, and I hope it gets fixed and it all goes well quickly as possible. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. Empress Leizu was having a tea in the shade of mulberry tree when a silkworm cocoon fell into her hot soup. The heat from the tea caused the cocoon to delicate a shimmering thread to unravel. Intrigued by the long, strong fiber, she realized its potential for weaving and invented the silk loom. She is known as the goddess of silk, or silkworm mother. Yes, we were talking about GSI. That's true. Yeah, Kim, when you left, it got heated when you left. It like a little uh, thing sprang up again. So, yeah, she wasn't. She didn't follow some rules last night when we were trying to get off topic, and a little fight happened, and she was not banned, no, but she was timed out, and then she was angry about that, and then she left and didn't want to. It's an unfortunate, another thing to add to the problems is that then she is not at the moment does not want to come back, and there's been some times throughout her time on here on the channel that she feels she's being corrected or told what to do. She gets very like defensive, or she feels she's it's kind of strange, but in my opinion, but yeah, she feels a little bit doesn't like being told what to do. But on the channel, there's rules and stuff to follow, uh, and she wanted the channel to be a certain way, and I said I'm the captain of the spaceship, and then Mermaid was like, we're gonna get off the topic, and Mermaid was like the in charge of the chat. I put her in charge of the chat, and yeah, they got into a fight, and it went sideways, but as I said, she wasn't banned or anything, but there's a little fight that happened, and she's not a happy camper. So, yeah, and yeah, passion. Kim said, "Well, Kim, you had see, and the stream went on a little bit longer than it could have. I could have ended it sooner, but eventually she was going to go after Moki, though, in my opinion, and try to make the channel the way she wants it to be. But I want it to be the way I want it to be. So, well, of course, opinions and suggestions are important to see. But as I said, there's a little bit of disagreement there. But so yeah, I know. But eventually, I was trying to get everybody to go and then end the stream. But I thought we could watch some Brooks and settle down and then get off the stream. But instead, the opposite happened. So I could have maybe ended it a little bit sooner. Not blaming anybody or anything, but it's a very tedious, delicate times we're in. Yeah, it was a. I know, right when you leave, something happens. I know that feeling. Yeah, but this is in the entire history of this channel and LC. And by the way, this is the 10 years ago the LC was created by Addy. The trial chat on YouTube. So 10 years afterwards, we have a catastrophic civil war occur. Yeah, this is certainly a historical event on the spaceship and on LC. So yeah, but anyway, that's all that happened. But besides that, everything's fine. Kim, yes, you respected the rule. I mean, in my opinion, you didn't. I had no, as I said, no problems with you. All right, you didn't do anything, but yes, when everyone was going to bed, but then my opinion, was trying to bring up things that Moki did or how the channel should be, and then Mermaid said to calm her, to tell her to get off the topic and just stay focused on the Brooks. And then she agreed to it, but then she kept talking about it. And then when Mermaid said to stop doing it, she said she didn't want to be told what to do, and she's not. But yeah, in the situation, that's how it works. And then they got into a little bit of disagreement, and there's that, and that's what happened. It was Mermaid was she was fighting with Mermaid, and Mermaid was trying to get the chat to calm down and focus on the thing what we're doing and get off the topic about what happened prior. The meeting we had with Moki, what happened prior to that, it was over with. We weren't going to talk about it anymore, but she kept on trying to talk about it, and You know, it doesn't matter who sleeps with who and all this stuff. And Mermaid was like it, you know. And then she, I feel, was not nice about it. And then G feels that that she was wrong too, and everybody feel, you know, it's a. But of course, in my opinion, I think that you know G should just focus on the topic and like she said she was going to do, and not do what she did. But and of course she'll see it a completely different way probably. But that's, you know, in my opinion, how I see it. But you know, everyone was tired. It was a confusing situation. I went a little live longer than I probably in the end part. I should have ended at a certain point. All right, so I'm not blaming anybody. It was just a heated situation, but I'm glad for a mermaid to, you know, trying to keep the chat in check. I, although people some, you know, would disagree with that, but anyway, I wish it didn't happen, but it is what it is. I'm trying to get pictures of my new cat. He's big and fluffy. His fluffy fur on his leg makes him look like he's wearing pants. Oh, I need to see that. That is hilarious. I love fluffy cats. We've had Mary Toodles is caring for one named Pearl, a white fluffy cat. So yeah, shout out to the fluffies. I wish my cat would let me vacuum her. She is redundant to go from the brush to the vacuum. She's a fluff ball too. Oh, nice. And Duke is still here chilling. Smuggling legends. The princess headdress. The legend tells of a Chinese princess who was set to marry a king of in Khohatan Kingdom in Central Asia in the first century CE. Sympathetic to her new home not having the luxurious fabric, and she is still has smuggled silkworm eggs and mulberry seeds in her laboratory, dressed her hair and hairdress, bringing sericulture to the region. I want a picture of him from the back, and y'all can see he's wearing fur pants. Ah, nice. Monks and the bamboo canes. The famous story, a legend story likely dating to the 6th century CE, involves Nestorian Christian monk, and they were approached by the Byzantine Emperor Justin the First, who wanted to break the Persian monopoly on the silk trade. The monks promised to acquire the secret and open their return from the land of Cyrus, China, successfully brought silkworm eggs and mulberry leaves hidden inside the hollow centers of their bamboo walking sticks. This is credited with establishing the silk industry in the Mediterranean. Oh, he looks like he has ankles. He's truly a gentleman of a cat right there. He has his pants and his ankles, and he's going to, and he is a model cat, indeed. These stories, while not entirely historically accurate, highlight extreme lengths people went to acquire the valuable secrets of the silk production and importance of silk as a commodity that was prized as precious metals throughout the ancient and medieval world. Yeah, there is a cat named Leo. He looked like a lion. My cousin named him. And Leo the lion was very nice. Call him Cat, but he's not alive anymore. But he was a he looked like a lion image from the Leo depiction from the Zodiac stuff. So that is about the silks. You know, they had some embellishment about the silks, but it wasn't completely, not necessarily completely historically accurate. But yeah, the fluffy cats, they like to be brushed, and they're almost like sheep. All right, Kim. Thank you for telling me your thoughts about it. All right. But eventually, we have to go to we had to end it at some point. Well, although I stay up until the morning, I have to, right, because me and I was looking to any of that. I was just wanted to figure things out, and that's all. It didn't mean any of it to go any day. Sucks, but I get it. Hopefully, she'll come back. Yes, Kim. Well said. Thank you. All right. Let's go that way. Facts. Okay. But we were talking about this earlier. The Aus- the Australia has the world's largest population of feral wild uh, camels, descended from the animals original imported from 19th and 20th centuries to aid in exploration and development of infrastructure and arid interior. Scared. Yeah. Where did I go? I vanished and I came back. I went to another dimension. Well, passion. What happened was I was in another dimension, so my shirt changed a shade. Scared. Introduction and purpose. Between 1840 and 1907, around 10,000 to 20,000. Whoa! 10,000. Well, you would need that for that group. You would need it for that expedition. Moki said, "Did y'all see Australia ban social media for kids under 16? Amazing, but could have bad consequences." Yeah, I heard about that, and it could have bad consequences, and there could be activities that could be black market if they really want to get online. But yeah, I heard about them wanting to ban the social media for the 16-year-olds. But yeah, I could see where it's damaging to young people, and they could live like they did in the 90s or 80s. But there's also consequences that could be from that. There could be pros and cons to it. Yeah. So thank you, Moki, for bringing it up. It certainly is intriguing. Were brought from India, Afghanistan, and Middle East, along with their handlers, camlers. These animals were crucial for transportation in construction projects such as overland telegraph line and transnational railway due to their superior adaptation to harsh desert environment compared to horses. My husband was talking about the universal online ID or something, how that could be a really screw us. Right, passion, right. Okay, Moki. Oh, absolutely. I definitely agree with that, Moki. Uh, how that could really screw with us. Yes, yes, because you could implement a global database of some sort that would make us scared. Introduction to purpose between 840 to 907, around 10,000 to 20,000 camels were brought from. Oh, I read that already. I'm being goofy. Feral populations. Growth with advent or monetized transport of 1920s and 1930s. Many camels were released in the wild, having few natural predators. Occasionally attacks from culls. Dingoes, too. An environment will suited to their survival and their population exploded. You see the shooting at Brownings University today. He was talking about Canada and how they froze bank accounts and people who were protesting. Oh yeah, Moki, because they'll control everything you have. If they like, every single thing you have is controlled by them. If and they'll just freeze a bank account like that. Yeah, definitely. Sorry guys, I'm using voice text. My keyboard is not working because I'm shooting around university. Also, remember I can barely. So, well, okay, well, I think it's coming out pretty well considering the circumstances. Oh, I said Brownies University. Oh, I'm a bit of a goof. I didn't realize I said that. Okay, it was a typo. I wasn't even paying attention for a second. Okay, thank you for clarifying. I'll like read. Someone could like put something like, uh, uh, Marshmallow had a good day, and I'll just read it out loud. Well, that's a good day, Marshmallow. I'm glad that you're here. And it's not even really a person. Yeah, so I'm like an automated robot, like sometimes. But anyway, thank you for clarifying. Yeah, play dodgeball some other day. Facts. Facts. All right. There are all over a million animals roaming across large areas of Western Australia, South Australia, Northern Territory. Feral camels are considered invasive, and they also done a lot of things environmental infrastructures. Okay. Okay, let's go here. Let's see. All right, let's look at this. At least, um, at least two people. Come on, goof. Okay, at least 9 people injured in mass shooting in Brown University. Gunman remains on the loose. A crazed gunman dressed in black stormed an engineering building at Brown University, killing at least 2 people and injuring 9 others before escaping police and remaining at large, officers said. The horrific mass shooting left the Ivy League campus and parts of Rhode Island City province under lockdown in the state of terror as desperate manhunt was underway. Sadly, today we prayed. Sadly, is the day we prayed would never come. Said the mayor. Oh, city mayor Barrett Smiley at an evening press conference before announcing 10 people were transported to the local hospital to declared dead on arrival. On the other 8, critical but stable condition. Yes, correct, Passion. They got the shooter. Okay, let's see another update. Is he found? Maybe there's a new update about. Oh, I know where to go. I know where exactly where to go. Manhunt continues after 2 killed and 9 injured in U.S. university shooting 12 minutes ago. Okay, let's see if they caught him or not. Oh, maybe I know what happened. Maybe it was a typo. Yeah, the shooter got away. That's true. They're going to find another way, another route online because probably already had access. Imagine the scene. Exciting, dangerous times. We are all watching enough body cams to imagine the scene. Right, right. Investigators have shell casings from the shooting scene as evidence, Mayor says. Suspect is seen on video walking down the street, police officials say. Let's see. Um, the yeah, never had to worry about the kind of stuff when I was a kid. Yeah, exactly. Right. No drama. Okay, okay, Kim. So, yesterday, it just things are getting heated yesterday, and we were, uh, we took away the wrench because you didn't do anything wrong exactly. It was just it was heated, and we're trying to do it away to get everyone to calm down. So you didn't do anything wrong though. It was just to try to diffuse the situation. Thank you for asking, but you're fine. We're in a tedious times at the moment. When I was a kid, we had one community-wide crime that affected me. Welcome to the future. Oh wow, wow. Right. It's crazy, these things happen to people, and it scars them for life to those that survive. Right. 2 deceased and 8 injured. Victims were students, school president said. Most victims in today's shooting were students, including 2 who had died and 8 others who are injured. Brown University President Christina Paxton said on Saturday evening news conference, "Our focus right now is on supporting the families who have been affected by this, families of the 2 students who sadly lost their lives today, as well as 8 other students who are in the hospital," she said. A ninth individual was also injured. Providence Mayor Brent Smiley, they left the scene before realizing they had received fragments from the shooting that occurred near them, and they are expected to fully recover. Officials had to have clear classrooms where students were barricaded. Officers have searched some buildings in the surrounding areas of Brown University as continue to search for shooting suspect and cleared the classrooms where students had barricaded themselves to ensure their safety. Providence Deputy Police Chief Timothy O'Hara. Okay, we'll find that out right now. Oh yeah, sure, Moki, absolutely. Uh, I think that it's quite intriguing, quite fascinating, and we certainly would like to know. What anti-shooter measures were available to staff? Okay. Yeah, I know passion exactly. That's a good question. All right, incident timeline, location details. Initial report time: the shooting was first reported in police at approximately 4:05 p.m. Eastern time. Awesome, awesome, Oki. Sounds like it's gonna be a lot of fun. You've been to Belgium. Oh, that's cool. It's on a undisclosed part of the map, Passion. All right. All right. Incident timeline and location details. Initial report time: the shooting was first reported to police at approximately 4:05 p.m. Eastern time. First responder aerial law enforcement was on the scene quickly. According to a public official, responding officers entered that building immediately, began systematic search. Multiple news reports describe a heavy and swift law enforcement presence with dozens of police cars and ambulances swarming the area with minutes of the alert. Location: the shooting took place in the first classroom inside Barrows and Hawley Engineering Building. This is a 7-story building that also houses physics, library, and lecture halls. Shooter's movement: the shooting occurred in a specific classroom. Shooter did not move room to room within the building, but rather fled the building entirely. Witnesses saw the suspect, described only as male dressed in black, exit the building on Hope Street side and escape on foot. Location was an indoor building that was accessible because its exterior were reportedly unlocked at the time due to final exams taking place. Students and faculty inside the building and adjacent library hid under desks for hours until police could systematically clear the building and safely evacuate them. Okay, let's go here. Oh, nice. Cool. I know these people are evil. They're real into their angry emotions, and that's how they uh, let it out. And they're letting it out the wrong way. All right, so this passion is what Brown University has to protect from school shootings. Brown University employs a multifaceted approach to anti-shooter measures that extend beyond immediate actions of community members, focusing on preparedness, armed response capabilities, and physical security. University provides a formal guidance based on Department Homeland Security's recommended run, hide, fight protocol. Run. Evacuate an area immediately if a safe escape path is available. The guidance emphasizes leaving belongings behind and helping others if possible without delaying your own escape. Hide. So another one is hide. If evacuation is not possible, find a place the shooter view. Specific instructions include locking, barricading doors with furniture, turning off lights, silencing cell phones, and staying quiet. Fight as last resort. If your life is immediate danger, individuals are encouraged to act with physical aggression, improvised weapons, chairs, fire extinguishers, and commit to their actions to disrupt the incapacitate the shooter. All right, technical and physical security. Emergency alert system. University. The Brown alert system is to send immediate notifications to the campus community via text, emails, and phone calls during an active threat, providing instructions to shelter in place or evacuate. Building access control. All residences halls require card access, and an alarm is triggered if exterior doors are propped open or accessed illegally. The department is responsible for managing, upgrading these access systems. Yeah, we're getting to that. Building access controls. All resident halls require card access, and an alarm is triggered if exterior doors are propped open or accessed illegally. The department is responsible for managing, upgrading these access systems. Infrastructure. Improvements. Measures have included improved street campus lighting and expanded shuttle program for safer transit, and installing emergency phones with a red button for direct connection, DPS in key locations. Infrastructure improvements. Measures have included improved street campus lighting, and expanded shuttle programs for safer transit, and installing emergency phones in key locations. Law enforcement and security personnel, armed officers, all sworn members of Brown University DPS are armed with firearms, semi-automatic pistols, and police jurisdiction and on around campus, allowing them to provide an immediate and armed response to threats. Collaboration: DPS works in close coordination with local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, provide police, FBI, ATF, and has established coordination protocols and even community policing substation on campus to ensure rapid, large scale emergency response capabilities. Specialized training. DPS officers receive specialized reoccurring training on active shooter responses. Oh, hello, Mermaid. Great to see you. Shout out to you, Mermaid. Thank you for what you do for us. Include tactical maneuvers and first aid survival tactics to treat victims while the scene is active. A mermaid says, I just got back from a huge Chuck E. Cheese party. Nice. Nice. I I like I loved that place when I was a kid. I still think it's cool. Although it's sad. I've not been there in a while, but it's a I'm sure that was fun. They had those animatronics there too. And I know we talked about the animatronics before. Yeah. And they had those tokens. The Bitcoin looks like a Chuck E. Cheese. Like the way the Bitcoin's designed looks like a Chuck E. Cheese coin. Like the way it's like, although it's a different, but to me that's what it reminded me of. Like the cryptocurrency reminds me of like a token more than it reminds me of a coin. Really. Collaboration works in close coordinates with the local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, and has established coordination protocols and even community policing substation on campus to ensure rapid, large-scale emergency response capabilities. Yeah, yeah. Oh, and I know the Chuck E. Cheese dude lost some weight, and is like a little small mouse now. Specialized training. DPS officers receive specialized reoccurring training on active shooter response, including tactical maneuvers and first aid survival tactics to treat victims while the scene is active. Cheese has been the word of the day so far. We discussed French onion soup earlier. Yes, that's true. And blue cheese. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know he retires tonight. Thank you for letting me know. Right. OMG. The word of the day reminds me of Pee Wee's word of the day. Yay. Right. Yeah, exactly, Passion. Specialized training. The DPS officers received specialized reoccurring training, active shooter response, including tactical maneuvers and first aid survival tactics to retreat victims while the scene is active. The focus team is here, facts. We all be locked in. I remember the radio skit themed around John Cena. It was hilarious. A radio personality calling a poor woman and trying to get her upgrade her cable. Yes. Right. I couldn't be more done with it. I want everyone to be happy. Like him said, no drama. Right. I don't know if I should soil you guys, but it wasn't a great outcome, sadly. Yeah. GS, all people, but it's not their fault or mine. It's just cause the drama talk said going on and all. I was OMFG. Right. Right. Oh yeah, Mermaid. I told Moki knows the situation. She's aware of it. And thank you for explaining to them. All right, so that's the information about the Brown shooting. Let's see any updates about Brown University. Let's see anything new happened. Let's see. But thank you, Mermaid, for having my back, and this channel is back. A worthy co-pilot. 1 minute ago, 9 patients admitted to the Rhode Island hospital with gunshot injuries. 9 patients have. Mermaid said, I am sorry about that also. GS is still welcome to the channel. I just had to put her, just put in timeout. Yeah. Yeah. You see, yeah, G told me she was very upset about it, and which, as I said, I feel you did what you had to do for the channel, but in my opinion, but of course it wasn't something we want to happen, and she's usually a regular, but yeah, she felt like she shouldn't. It's a dictatorship, and you told what to do. We have some rules to follow, and we just got to follow some rules. It's simple and about you know she was took over the chat, and I say I'm the captain, but I gave Mermaid the I got out the captain seat and put her in there. And as we used to call the co-pilot, that's what Mermaid is. So yeah, it's a hopefully we could get it resolved at some point one day, but yeah, she is welcome here absolutely. It's a very tough times we're in. GS still welcome to the channel. Her time out ends tomorrow or soon. Actually out. Oh, okay. Okay, understood. 6 patients are in critical but stable condition, while 1 is in the critical condition. The hospital said in a statement to CNN, 2 patients are in stable condition. Hospital is currently on lockdown, but is still accepting patients in its emergency department. The state read Rhode Island Hospital will not continue to provide updates as more information becomes available. The Miriam Hospital, also province of affiliation with the Brown University, receive any patients. And they could all blame her. Okay. Murray said, everyone's welcome back. We just need to focus more on the channel, and that was ridiculous. And Louie's defense, like, okay, flirting, yes, in online chat, it ain't serious. We all agree it's over. Thank you, Mermaid, for your thoughts on this. Using Ask Alien to remove some wrenches, and so they could all blame me. Okay. 29 minutes ago, today's attack marks Rhode Island's first school shooting since at least 2008, according to CNN database. Shout out to Mermaid. All right. And all of you here. All right. Mass shooting at Brown University on Saturday was the first school shooting in Rhode Island since at least 2008, when CNN began its shooting. Mass shooting at Brown University on Saturday was the first school shooting in Rhode Island since at least 2008 when CNN began the school shooting database. That's nice of you to say, no drama, yes. There has been over 70 school shootings in the United States so far this year. All right, we'll talk about what's going on. Okay. All right, the Brown shooting comes on the eve of the Sandy Hook anniversary. Tonight's deadly shooting at Brown University comes on the eve of 13th anniversary on Sandy Hook Elementary school shooting on Newton, Connecticut, where 6 adults and 20 children were killed December 14, 2012. Yeah, passion. It's an extremely evil thing what they this person did, and that was during. Yeah, that it's like right at the right moment when something is going to go down. They do the person does the shooting. Yeah, I agree. Passion. Um, Absolutely, everyone did super good. This one, best chats because everyone can be mutual and see all sides. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. The shooting is last in a wave of school-related gun violence nationwide. More than 70 school shootings have injured. Okay, so let's talk about this case. All right. Students said that she heard 5 or 6 gunshots before sprinting to safety. One Brown University student, Katie Sun, said she was studying the building where the shooting took place before hearing 5 or 6 gunshots, sprinting toward her dorm. I never experienced anything like this, so I didn't really know what to make of it. But there were just so many in sequence. Sun told CNN's Jessica Dean newsroom describing the gunshots like bangs or pops. Sun, who was in lockdown in her room, she said she left her belongings in the building before running outside with her fellow classmates. Run out there like everybody is running. It was so scared. It was so scary. And adding, I was thankfully able to get into my dorm safely. Anybody could have accessed the building as exterior doors were unlocked during exam period, Mayor says. Right, as we said a moment ago. Individual taken into custody, not the shooter. Police still searching for the suspect. There is a shooting at the university of Brown University. 9 people are injured and 2 casualties. Okay, no John said I agree with you, Mermaid. I mean, time it got ugly, and but you correct. I just hate it. See how big kind of freaked me out. Hope all was good. Right. Right. Here's the timeline. All right, 4:05 p.m. The first 911 call was reported. Providence Mayor Slimy told CNN. Providence Fire Chief Derek Sylvia said his team was dispatched to an area for an active shooter at the same time. 4:22 p.m. The university released first emergency alert saying there was an active shooter near Burroughs Holly Engineering. 5:11 p.m. Brown urged community members to continue the shelter in place. Another emergency alert. 5:27 p.m. The university reported shooters fired in another location near Governor Street. Later at 6:10 p.m., they said the reports were unfounded. 5:22 p.m. The university said the situation was ongoing. 6:33 p.m. Brown announced that 2 people have died and 8 victims were at hospital, but there's actually 9 now. 7:38 p.m. The university was still in lockdown and urging members of the community to shelter in place, keep all doors locked. A new update. Brown student describes daunting hours under lockdown in school library. Brown student Ethan. Amen. Passion, very nice of you. Oh, okay. No questions. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Thank you for letting us know. Sending positive vibes to you, Kim. You got a a buffet of uncomfortable situations right now. Yeah. Around student Ethan Shenrick was studying for final exams in basement of campus library when he received the text from university calling all students to go into lockdown. Immediately just called my parents and my brother to let them know I was okay to make sure my friends were okay. He told CNN's Jim Ski Yuto I didn't seem it didn't seem real. I think that's what a lot of people experience and that's what I did. Schenker described the hours in lockdown as startling and saying everyone in the library was very on edge as law enforcement cleared every classroom and patrolled the building. We were kind of discussing, do you ask police for their ID number? How do you approach this? I mean, we didn't really know, he said. There are some students here, they're international students, and they didn't grow up during these drills and lockdowns. Yeah, I don't care if anybody says Chuck E. Cheese has pretty good pizza. You still have one in Florida I liked, and I'm a kid at heart. Oh, yeah, I liked the pizza there. It was very toodles. I'll tell you something.
What?
So, Mermaid got back from a Chuck E. Cheese party.
Oh, that's really nice. Yeah, I like Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, there was I was saying that the pizza's good. That's what
It's
Kim.
really good.
Yeah, Kim said she likes the pizza there.
Yeah, I think it's really good.
Really getting tossed around in the washing machine, aren't you? Hopefully, you come out feeling brand new. Yeah, yeah, that's a good one. It's me too. I feel the same. It's just too much at once. Getting stress and it's holidays stuff, and now can barely fucking sucks. Keyboard between rock and a hard spot. Bear with me. I don't know. Good voice is handling this. Oh, okay. I'll sometimes do the voice thing and it shows gibberish. So you're doing better than I do sometimes with the voice text, Kim. All right, so that's what happened at the school. I was going well until the end. Take a beer. No drink right now, dear. Ah, good one. Yeah, that's a good one. Hello, Christine. Good to see you. Yesterday was a uh, there was a civilized meeting about some feuding that's going on, and we I think had some settlement happen, and then uh, G came in later on, and was then she got fired up, and they're trying to get her to stay on topic. Then she said she'd stay on topic, then she didn't, and then she had to put in time out, and then she was triggered over that, and that's like very layman's terms type speaking. What I just said, it was more very complex, but that's kind of a brief summary about what happened. So it was one of the most epic things that we've done in a long time. I mean, well, most epic era. Um, that was a really interesting thing. It was the NPCs in the chat and I got a show. Good to see you, Christine. It's always nice to see you. I have night guard and helps too much. Sorry, I've stepped away. And might want some soup. And you mentioned it. Yeah, yeah. We're talking about chicken noodle soup earlier. Yeah, yeah. Usually she's cool, but she even on the history on this channel, she's had moments where if she's told or corrected or told what to do, in my opinion, she gets defensive. It's happened before with Anna. Anna's like told her something and she gets upset. It doesn't happen often. Yeah, but we had there's a little. It's like a fire went out and a little fire came back up, and because it was last night, but everything's going well this time. Yeah, so we are at very interesting times. Indeed. A gunman opened fire at. So summarize what happened earlier was a gunman opened fire at Brown University on Saturday, December 13, 25, killing 2 students and wounding 9 people inside an engineering. Fashion said Alien goes through an extensively traumatic day. That was epic. We should do that again next week. I learned a lot. Yeah, hilarious. Absolutely. A gunman opened fire at Brown University on Saturday, December 13, 2025, killing 2 students and wounding 9 people inside engineering buildings during final exams. The shooter remains at large, and evening in the shelter in place order is effective. Ah, you're heating up soup. Hilarious. Well, Christine, you're newer to the channel. Earlier this year, it's happened before. Yeah. So trying to explain like, uh, okay, back in the past, there was a time when like Anna wanted them to, after the uh, Kirka assassination, they were talking about some like political things that are off topic. After we're like watching a trial, and she was telling them like this is from a long time ago to stay on topic, and if it's like is this the Democrat convention would to stay on topic on the trial, and then she got angry at me and exploded, and oh hello Doe, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Had a wonderful day last night. A wonderful night yesterday. It was really cool. So anyway, then it's just like the smart people leave the channel if I you know if people can't say their opinion, etc. So it's happened before, but not often, not often. But so basically, there was a meeting between Moki and the other ladies about some feuding going on, and it was heated, and they did their diplomatic exchanges, and not really diplomatic at all, but so there's some diplomatic exchanges and some non-diplomatic exchanges that happened, and then there was this time where G wants to know what happened, and then she was saying the channel people should do whatever they want and sort around. I'm the captain of the spaceship. I might have some ways I want it to be run, and then I had Mermaid control the chat for me because I want her to do that. Then she was talking about getting off the topic and not like attacking Moki, right? And we were just going to talk about something else. Then she agreed, but then she said no one's going to tell her what to do, but we wanted to tell her to stay on topic on the channel, right? And then she was timed out briefly for a moment. That's it. And then she got angry and was like, very angry and upset, and it's only the sad story, and etc. But as I said, it's a difficult times we're in, and she's welcome here, and I'm thankful for Mermaid patrolling the chat and make sure that everything runs smoothly. And she has, I've been friends with her for a while, and she has done pretty good here. But if she doesn't like being corrected or being told what to do always, so there's sometimes an issue with that. But anyway, that's kind of like a rough summary of what happened last night. Uh, but um, there you go. And Merry Christmas to you, Doe. I let the stream go on a little bit longer than it probably should have gone. I just was trying to get everybody to go to bed and then watch some Darrell Brooks and then end it. But a fire came back up. But she was probably going to, in my opinion, start something again anyway, maybe, with Moki over what happened, where we just want to go move on to something else. But so, in my opinion, of course. So, hopefully, we could all get along and we could put this past us at some point. Yeah, G is still welcome at the channel, and hopefully she follows the rules that are put here. Right, and she's not gonna be banned. She's not gonna be banned. I guarantee you that. But all I'm saying is that my point is I want there to be a chat that is doing what it's supposed to do. That's all. And usually we never have any problems. But thank you, and Christine, you're absolutely true. She is our bestie. Yes. Thank you. Everything will all work out, no issues on aliens, and Pash mentioned everyone could talk, which is great. Yes, yes. That is a very nice picture, though. I like your profile pic. That's true, mermaid. Right. It's just the rules are just basic mannerisms. Right. Right. Understood, mermaid. I can tell. I can tell. That's very cool. Very creative. Though. Pash said it's hard to convey certain tones in text like sarcasm, and it's easy to read certain tones like flippancy. I think that summarizes what happened. Okay, Pash, thank you for summarizing it in layman's terms. All right, so what to do in a shooting situation is run if a clear escape path is available, evacuate the premise immediately, have the escape plan in mind, leave your belongings behind. Keep your hands visible to law enforcement and help others escape if possible, but don't delay your own evacuation if they won't follow. Call 911 when you are in safe location. And also, it's recommended to call 911 and go to a safe location. She's one of few that are bestie one. One thinks he's a know-it-all, corrects everyone, and looks stupid. It's pure idiot. Williams. Right. Right. Exactly. Christine. Yep. I'm aware about that. All right. Hide. If the evacuation is not possible, find a secure place to hide out the shooter's view. Lock the barricade doors and using heavy furniture, turn off lights, and silence the electronic devices, including vibrant mode. Try to hide behind solid objects like concrete walls that may offer protections from bullets and stay quiet. Stay in your hiding place until you receive an official all clear from law enforcement. Fight. As a last resort, only when your life is threatened, immediate danger, attempt to disrupt or incapacitate the shooter. Well, thank you, Kim, for no drama for clearing everything up and doing what It was a very good. I think that I'm glad that we people got to get their positions across. Hilarious movie. Number of one cause of probable death in mass trauma. So this is how to treat injuries in high stress situations. Uncontrolled bleeding. The National Stop the Bleed campaign encourages bystanders to use these simple techniques to control life-threatening bleeding before professional help arrives. Call 911 immediately. This gets professional help on the scene as soon as possible. Exactly, Kim. I understand. Right. Oh, hilarious passion. Bleeding. Find the source of.
Let me see it. Just a minute, Bubbles. Wait, go get your book.
Hey, be bleeding. Find the source of the bleeding and expose the wound by removing or cutting clothing. Look for contagious blood flow or blood that is spurting with indicates severe life-threatening bleeding. Calls out from the horizon, you too. Okay, Doe. Good night to you, Doe. And shout out to your kitty. I know what that's like because of Bubbles. And take care. Right, you always make you. Oh, thank you. Okay. Compress. For external wounds anywhere. Apply direct pressure using clean cloth, gauze, or even your hands if nothing is available. Push down as hard as you can and maintain continuous pressure until the medical responders take over. Do not check if the bleeding has stopped or keep pushing. If the cloth becomes soaked with blood, do not remove it. Simply add more layers of cloth on top the continue to apply pressure. For deep wounds, especially the neck, shoulder, or groin. Hey Todd, good evening, buddy. Good to see you. For deep wounds, especially, pack the wound or stuffing a clean cloth or gauze deep into the wound. Once packed, apply firm, steady pressure with both hands directly on top of the packed material. Oh, okay, Doe. Right. For arm or leg wounds, only bleeding and several wounds won't stop with the pressure. Reminds me of a scene from the Hunger Games of Katniss potentially jamming her palm into her thigh burn. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh. Oh, hilarious. Hilarious. For arm or leg wounds, only if Todd says between the ISIS attack this morning and a Brown University shooting, it's been a bad Saturday. Prayers for all. Amen. And I had a lovely Saturday morning and Friday night. So it's quite the weekend. Well, what happened with ISIS? Let's see. Three Americans killed in ISIS attack in Syria. Trump says vowing to retaliate. Oh dear. Well, thank you, Todd, for the information. All right. Okay, Moki, I'll go into more detail about it. Here we go. It was in Syria. I probably you probably heard it already, but I'll say it again. Okay. President Trump vows to retaliate Saturday after two U.S. Army soldiers and civilian U.S. interpreter were killed in an attack in Syria, an incident that the Pentagon said occurred a, during a counterterrorism engagement. This was ISIS attack against the U.S. in Syria, and very dangerous part of Syria that is not fully controlled by them. Trump said on True Social. Hey Dodgers, good to see you, bro. Welcome. And Todd says, "Hey Miranda, if you're here." All right, this was ISIS attack against the U.S. in Syria, very dangerous part of Syria. That okay. Three other U.S. personnel were wounded in the attack in Palmyra. Sean Parnell, and Pentagon's chief spokesperson, said on X that the attack occurred as soldiers were conducting a key leader engagement in support of an ongoing counter ISIS operation, he said. Oh, okay. That's where you are, in the Red Desert. The attack is currently under active investigation, Parnell said. U.S. Central Command. The U.S. Central Command said the attack was an ambush, a lone ISIS gunman, and the gunman was engaged and killed. Pentagon official told NBC that the attack occurred in an area outside the control of Syria interim president Ahmed al Shara. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said in a separate X post that the person who carried out the attack was killed by U.S. personnel forces. He did not provide additional details about the perpetrator of the forces involved. The savage who is perpetrated this attack was killed by partner forces. Hegseth wrote, adding that those who target Americans will spend the rest of your brief, anxious life knowing that the United States will hunt you down and ruthlessly delete, kill you. Don't they call each other bra all the time in Australia? I watch Below Deck, so I'm an expert. Okay, it happened in Syria. A spokesperson in Syria's international ministry, Noor on Noor al Din al Baba, said on state television that international security officials had issued prior warnings to partner officer forces operating in Badia region about the possibility of an Islamic State attack, and he said the U.S. led coalition did not take those warnings seriously. The Department of Defense has not released additional details beyond the statements on social media. President Donald Trump addressed the attack ahead of Saturday's Army Naval football game in Baltimore, calling it an ambush and mourning the death. Asked reporters whether U.S. Oh, U.S. would retaliate. Trump said, "Yeah, we will." Oh, okay, Todd. Thank you. That it's possible that Venezuela may happen soon, hypothetically. All right. Oh, now good to know, Dodgers. Facts. I'm glad. Okay, Todd, thank you for the information on Venezuela. That could happen. Yeah, there's some stuff going on with Venezuela. Let's see. Oh, okay. Okay, understood. Have you seen Blam's video series on the Learning Channel? Oh, have not. No, I've not. I'm scared. Okay, on December 25, Venezuela is experiencing a heightened tensions with the United States an ongoing humanitarian crisis, increased political representation by Nicolas Maduro's government, heightened U.S. tensions. The U.S. significantly increased pressure on Maduro's regime. In December 25, the U.S. Coast Guard and Navy seized a Venezuelan oil tanker as part of expanded sanctions enforcing Operation. President Trump has also deployed additional military assets to the Caribbean and reportedly suggesting the possibility of the land strike pushing relations to their most volatile point in years. This U.S. treaty recently targeted more insider and entities in Venezuela oil sector with sanctions. And also, Kim said about what Mermaid said earlier about the Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah, she would like to. Uh, she wishes she would have the Chuck E. Cheese pizza right now. She said. Yeah, so that's nice of you to say, Kim. Passion says, "I'm trying to. I'm reading your message out loud, trying to determine what you were saying." There you go. All right. Scared. Opposition leaders escape Maria Corina 2025. Nobel Peace Prize laureate and leading opposition figure recently fled Venezuela with U.S. assistance to accept her award. In Oslo, she vowed to pursue a peaceful transition of power from the Mardo government upon her return. Human rights abuse. UN appointed investigators reported the Venezuela's security forces, particularly in Bolivaria National Guard, have engaged in pattern of killing, torture, and detentions against protesters and political opponents in last decades. Girls, I'm too watching that and trashing TLC and then years. Oh yeah, I've seen some of those shows before, a long time ago. Okay, say something.
All right, the record should reflect now that the defendant is present with counsel. You may be seated if you wish. And would counsel state their appearances for the record?
Good morning. Robert L. Shapiro and Sarah Loman from Mr. Simpson with my
And good morning, Your Honor. William Hodgman for the people.
Marcia Clark for the people. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. All right, there are a number of matters on calendar today. I think one matter that can be resolved in fairly short order, and that relates to the hair sample, that the court did grant an order for a hair sample. The defense submitted an order to the court requesting to limit that hair sample to 1 hair. I did have my clerk contact the district attorney's office to determine whether they were in agreement with that order, and the indication was that they were not, and therefore I've done nothing with regard to that order to this point. Ms. Clark, how much hair do the people need?
Well, Your Honor, hair samples, as I'm sure the defense must be aware, in order to be effectively compared with an evidence sample recovered from a crime scene, has to be taken from each area of the suspect's head. And that means that a minimum of 5 to 10 hairs from each area, which usually amounts to about 100 hairs. Any scientist, no matter how inexperienced, is aware of that fact. You cannot do an effective comparison between a known standard and an evidence standard without that size of sample.
So you're asking for 100 hairs?
We're asking for as many hairs as the criminalist or expert determines is necessary to effectively compare the standard hairs from the head of the defendant with the hairs found at the crime scene. And I've never seen a court attempt to restrict that, because that is obviously the matter that a criminalist would have to determine based on what he can recover.
Mr. Shapiro?
Your Honor, according to Dr. Henry Lee, our chief criminalist, who is the head of the Department of Criminology in Connecticut, he tells us 1 to 3 hairs are sufficient. I think perhaps this may be an appropriate matter for the court to have a hearing on. I think 100 hairs is unduly invasive, makes the inventorying of the hairs a very, very difficult task, and certainly allows for the possibility of the commingling of samples, which could contaminate and test. So we would ask for a hearing on this. I've been practicing for a long time. I have never, ever heard of such a request.
Right. This is what I'm prepared to do at this point in time, and that is to order no more than 10 hairs at this point. If the prosecution at some point feels that they are in need of more hairs than the 10 that I'm going to allow at this point, then we will have that hearing with experts if necessary. This is not a matter that the court has independent expert knowledge concerning. So that's going to be the order at this point in time, subject to a further hearing with evidence, if necessary, from both sides for anything beyond 10 hairs.
Your Honor, I don't think that counsel has conferred with Mr. Lee concerning the nature of the test involved. If Mr. Lee is, and if Mr. Lee has informed counsel that only 1 to 3 hairs are needed for microscopic comparison, then he has misinformed counsel, and I can state that categorically. I'm very surprised to hear Mr. Shapiro has never heard of the number of hairs I have just indicated to the court being required before, because that is a standard thing. When a microscopic analysis is endeavored, it is required that you have standards from every area of the head, 10 hairs per area. That's a standard. I'm not talking about anything unusual here.
Right,
and what Mr. Lee is talking about, Your Honor, is PCR work. That's a whole different thing. We're not talking about comparison only for PCR. We're talking about comparison for microscopic as well.
All right. This is what I indicated I was willing to do at this point. You're of the opinion, and it may indeed be the correct conclusion, that you're going to need more than that. And the bottom line is that if, in fact, you do need more than that, you are going to have to produce an expert to justify that to the court. And if indeed that justification is made, I will sign an appropriate order.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will present that testimony today.
Today.
Yes.
Very well.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Now, yes.
On the matter before you leave that issue, we do not have an indication as to how many follicles or shafts were found that the people are going to use for point of comparison. May we ask the court to consider it for you so we would have knowledge of that now?
Yes. Ms. Clark, do you know the answer to that question at this point?
I was told just this morning, and I have not recalled, I'm not going to make a representation. We have an expert here who can tell the court precisely how many follicles and how many shafts there are.
All right.
I'd rather let them say.
Now, you indicate you do have an expert here. Do you want to proceed on this issue of the number of hairs right now, or would you prefer to do that sometime later? What is your preference?
Well, Your Honor, as I understand it, the court had required us to proceed this morning on the issue of the blood split that was requested. So the expert who is going to testify to that matter can also address the matter of the hairs, because she's the director of the crime lab for the Los Angeles Police Department. So we can do it all at once.
All right, that would be fine. Mr. Shapiro, I assume that you're prepared on the hair issue?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. Then let's then in conjunction with the determination of the number of hairs, there remains the determination of the sufficiency of certain blood samples for defense splits. Now, I also should mention that the court is in receipt of the defense motion that was filed to quash and traverse and to suppress certain evidence. And attached as an exhibit to the defense motion was a property report listing certain items of evidence, I think 1 through 34 are denoted there. Is it correct that all of the scientific evidence about which that we're speaking about splitting is included in those items 1 through 34?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. I believe there is scientific evidence related to items recovered at the scene of the homicide, 875 Windy. The motion only goes to the evidence that was obtained at the home of Mr. Simpson.
All right. Does anyone have something to provide to the court with a listing of what specific items we're dealing with if there's going to be different testimony concerning a particular item that was received in evidence, and the court would ultimately be making orders perhaps differing or designating certain samples that would be split and certain samples that would not be split? It would certainly be helpful to the court to have some sort of a number, and the way it's denoted in the property report would make sense, since that's the way all of you will be dealing with the evidence and the criminalists as well. Is there a copy of a property report that could be made available just for the court's use in keeping track of the items of evidence, scientific evidence that we're dealing with, that either of you might have?
I do that.
Okay. If somebody could hand that to my clerk, it would greatly assist me during this motion. All right, then I guess then we'll just commence with the testimony with regard to the splitting of the evidence at this point in time. Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people will call Michelle Kessler.
Please face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
State and spell your name for the record.
Michelle Kessler, Michele Kestler.
Thank you very much. You may inquire.
Good morning, Ms. Kessler.
Morning.
Please tell us what you do for a living.
I'm employed by the City of Los Angeles Police Department, and I am the Assistant Laboratory Director for the Criminalistics Laboratory.
Tell us what that means. What are your duties?
My duties include the managing and overseeing of several areas there, including the serology DNA lab, the trace unit, and many of the other units there.
And what does that mean? What exactly do you mean by that?
Well, in managing, it also means evaluating and implementing programs such as serology and DNA, and including evaluating crime scenes and managing task forces or large cases and the employees that are doing the work.
So you direct the criminalists in what to do, basically.
That's correct.
Were you once a criminalist yourself?
Yes, I was.
Tell us what a criminalist is.
A criminalist is one who collects, preserves, and analyzes all types of physical evidence and testifies in court.
Now, does that mean it's somebody that goes out to a crime scene to collect evidence from the scene
Yes,
of a scientific or evidentiary nature?
that's correct.
Have you also performed trace evidence analysis or blood analysis?
Blood years ago and trace years ago also, yes.
What kind of training did you receive in order to get the current position?
The training in the current position is basically a management position, so I have taken several management classes, but the criminalist position, my training and background includes a master's degree in criminalistics from Cal State University, and then on-the-job training, including courses at the FBI laboratory and California Criminalistics Institute and various other private classes.
And how many years of training is that?
Overall,
Overall.
Master's degree is 2 years beyond your bachelor's. I have probably about a total of 4 years, 6 years invested there, and training in specialty classes probably about another 2 years full-time training if you were to separate it out compared to on-the-job work.
Now, you have your master's in what?
Criminalistics.
And criminalistics, the subject is defined as?
Again, criminalistics is forensic science or all areas of evaluating forensic evidence.
Now, when you say evaluating forensic evidence, Ms. Kessler, what does that mean in terms of your knowledgeability about which tests are available and appropriate to be performed on various types of evidence?
One of the things that a forensic expert must look at in any type of physical evidence, the first thing you do is you look at the evidence, you find out, evaluate what you have, what it is, and then you proceed from there. And the type of testing you would like to do is going to be the most informative and the most conclusive. And you have to evaluate each piece of evidence for that purpose.
And are you qualified to do that?
I believe I am, yes.
Does your training, in fact, qualify you to do that?
Yes, it does.
Now, are you also trained and experienced in determining how much volume of sample is needed for each test that you determine is appropriate to be performed on each item of evidence?
Yes.
Now, in this particular case, was it requested of you to determine whether certain items of evidence that were blood stains recovered from both the crime scene and the residence of the defendant, as well as blood recovered from certain items found at the crime scene and the defendant's residence, were sufficient in quality and quantity for subjecting to certain scientific tests?
Yes, we were asked to determine whether the evidence, our best estimate as to whether the evidence was appropriate for that.
And did you review also the number of tests, a variety of tests or range of tests that could be performed on each item of evidence in order to gain the maximum possible confidence in the results?
Yes, we reviewed the samples and made our best estimate as to what could be done. Of course, there's never any guarantee until the tests are actually done, or you do actually start working with the evidence to determine whether that you're accurate in your estimate.
Now, did you in fact then review much of the evidence that has been recovered in this case?
Yes, most of it.
Tell us, first of all, for purposes of clarity, which items were you unable to examine for the purpose of determining whether a blood split could be given to the defense?
Okay, I'd like to refer to my notes.
Please.
Thank you. Okay, the items that were unavailable to us were items number 61 through 71.
Do you have any knowledge, ma'am, of which items those are?
I have some references to what they are. I don't have any absolute knowledge as to what they are or where they came from. I know what they're listed as.
What are they listed as?
Okay, item number 61, I believe, is a handgun.
A handgun?
A handgun, yes.
Let me just ask you this. Items 61 through 71.
Mm-hmm.
Is it your belief, based on the information you have at hand, that none of those items contains blood evidence?
I'm not sure, because some of those items were recovered by detectives, I believe, and there's indicated, I know, on there some sheets and pillowcases and a towel with a broken glass, so I have no idea at this time.
Is it your information that some of those items listed in 61 through 71 came from Chicago?
That's what I presume, based on what they are. Assuming the detectives collected them, because most everything else that is available to us was collected and booked by our criminalists.
As a matter of protocol, let me ask you something for purposes of clarity, Ms. Kessler. Where can evidence be booked? Are there two places where they can go?
Well, there's many areas. The Los Angeles Police Department has several property rooms, including one that is adjacent to the crime laboratory and one that is in Parker Center, as well as one in many of the area stations. And evidence can be booked at any one of those locations.
Now, the items that you have in fact evaluated for the purpose of this hearing, where were they?
They're all booked at Piper Technical Center.
Which is adjacent to your laboratory?
That's correct.
The items that you were not able to examine, where are they?
They are booked and sealed in a vault at Parker Center.
So items 61 through 71 you were not able to look at.
And also items 88 through 90.
What about items 73 through 81?
73 through 81, we have those items, but we just received those late Friday and have not been able to evaluate them. That is the coroner's evidence. Some we evaluated, the clothing we could not at this time.
The coroner would not release them to you until last Friday?
That's correct.
Was that, if you know, in order to accommodate the defense in examining the evidence first?
That's what we were told, yes.
And items 88 through 90?
Those are booked at Parker Center. And I believe those are from Chicago based on the property report.
So those were not looked at?
No.
Items 91 through 93?
Those were just recovered in conjunction with search warrant that was served on 6/28, and they were booked late yesterday, so we have not had a chance to review those items.
91 to 93, weren't those
Oh,
recovered?
I'm sorry, 91 through 93 were recovered from a Bronco, but they were also just recovered yesterday. Sorry.
In other words, was other testing being performed on the Bronco?
As
Prior to
far as
that?
I know, it was, and then there was some indication that there was possibly another search for evidence that they didn't want to make in the beginning, and so they went back the second time to look at the vehicle.
But the vehicle remained in police custody?
As far as I know, yes.
Your Honor, may I suggest to the court that leading questions not be asked of this witness unless absolutely necessary?
Your Honor, this is an expert witness who has the reports in front of her.
Expert testimony is not subject to the leading question objection. However, at this point in time, I don't believe she's actually giving you expert opinion. She's rather giving information concerning specific items of a background nature. The objection at this time is sustained. I'm going to ask you, please, with regard to her expert testimony, obviously she can, you can ask leading questions, but on these foundational matters, I prefer if you could refrain from asking leading questions.
Items 94 through 106, excuse me, 109. Have you looked at those items yet?
No, those were recovered pursuant to a search warrant on 6/28 and booked yesterday at Piper Technical Center, but we've not had a chance to review them for physical evidence.
And items 110 through 113?
Those are items that were booked yesterday also at Piper Technical Center, and those are items that were recovered from other items already booked. And they are trace evidence items.
Are those hairs that were recovered from something else?
Their evidence, including hairs and fibers, recovered from property items, and I can tell you what those are one at a time. For example, item 110 was recovered from item 9. Item 111 was recovered from item number 27.
Wait, item 110,
Was recovered from item number 9.
what's item number 9?
Again, I'll refer to my notes. I believe it's a glove.
And item 110, what kind of evidence is that?
Yes, item number 9 is a leather right-hand glove.
We have not received a list of inventory items beginning at 91 for which testimony is being offered this morning.
All right, the document that was provided to me, does the defense have that summary as well?
I intended to give the copy that the court has to the defense. If the court can allow us, we have another copy.
Please.
This information is contained in other discovery, but the list that is compiled was just compiled by this witness for her testimony. The information is all in possession of the defense, Your Honor.
Your Honor, that simply is not true. We don't have any information about what was recovered yesterday.
No, this is not pertaining to items that were recovered yesterday. The witness is testifying to items that were recovered some time ago from other evidence. This witness is describing right now trace evidence that was recovered from items that were seized from the crime scene. And the defense is in full possession of that information.
Your Honor, my recollection of the testimony of this witness is items 104 to 109 refer to items seized yesterday from a search warrant. And we have not received any of this information. We asked for it yesterday.
Your Honor, the people didn't have the information either, and none of the items seized yesterday will be the subject of any testimony in this hearing because no one's had a chance to look at it yet. It was so recently seized. And the property reports are presently being compiled. All this witness did was write down the numbers. There's been no attempt, no time to look at those items for any purpose whatsoever. The property report that will be put together with the return to search warrant will be given to counsel as soon as the people get it. At this time, I just asked the witness to jot down the item numbers so that it could be indicated to counsel what has and has not been looked at for future purposes.
All right, so for purposes of the hearing today, no determination whatsoever as to sufficiency of samples regarding items that were recovered in the execution of the search warrant a couple of days ago is being offered, correct?
None.
Okay.
Your Honor, in that regard, my understanding is that as soon as the search warrant is executed, a return to the search warrant must be filed. And as soon as that is done, we would like to have the court order immediately to have those items listed and made available to us.
Your Honor, as counsel should be aware, the police have 10 days to prepare a return to search warrant, at which time the property report listing what has been seized is attached to that return, and the law will be complied with as it has been throughout this case.
Yes, they do have 10 days to file their return, and of course the continuing discovery that is occurring in this matter does require that those matters, of course, be turned over to the defense. And in the event that you do have that completed before the 10 days, I would ask you to turn that over to the defense as quickly as possible.
Certainly, Your Honor.
All right.
So with respect to item number 110 is your number for what?
Item number 110 is just a number given to trace evidence recovered from item number 9.
And that
That was a glove. And our policy is that whenever we recover trace evidence, that rather than just putting it in a bundle or a bundle with the original item, we book it as a separate item number. Now, That evidence was all viewed by the defense in my presence on the 24th of this month. They saw this, it just had not had an item number assigned to it at the time.
And the trace evidence you're talking about as number 110, which was viewed by the defense last week, was what?
Hairs and fibers.
Recovered from a glove?
Recovered from item number 9, the glove, yes.
And number 111?
Was hairs and fibers recovered, trace evidence again, recovered from item number 27.
Which was what?
Item number 27, I believe, is a cap. I have to keep shifting back and forth. Yes, it's a cap that was recovered from the driver's floor of the Bronco.
And again, that item was viewed by the defense last week as well.
Yes.
And item number 112?
Is trace evidence recovered from item number 37, that is a left-handed leather glove.
And what is the trace evidence recovered from that left-handed leather glove?
Yes.
What is the trace evidence?
It's hairs and fibers in this case.
Also examined by the defense last week?
Yes.
Item number 113?
Was hairs recovered from item number 38, which is a blue knit cap.
Did you say that was hairs recovered from a
Yes,
blue knit cap?
a blue knit cap and some fibers, yes, I'm sorry.
And that was also viewed by the defense last week?
Yes.
So, now with respect to those hair items, I'm going to come back to those later. Let's go back now and address the blood splits that have been requested. Now, based on your training and your qualifications, are you qualified to indicate to this court what volume of sample is needed for each test?
Basically, yes, an overall evaluation.
Now, with respect to items 1 through 60, and items 82 through 87, did you make a determination as to whether a blood split for the defense on any of those items would be possible after the testing of those items on all standards available would be possible?
Yes, we made an estimated evaluation of these samples and found that a few of them appear to be sufficient for a split after the whole battery of tests is completed. There's no guarantee until we complete those tests, however. Other than on the samples taken from the victims and the defendant, there's plenty of sample for a split.
When you say samples taken from the victims and the defendant, you mean?
Those are the standards. The reference samples, the whole blood taken from Mr. Simpson and the whole blood swatches, frozen swatches taken at the time of autopsy from the coroner victim.
Now, can you tell us, identifying by item number, which ones you determine may, after we've completed our testing on them, may permit for a split?
Certainly. Item number 3, which is a cigarette butt, recovered from the street, would be tested, and there should be plenty for a split after we're done. Item number 7 is several swatches containing red stains recovered from a driveway, and it is possible, looks fairly good, that could have enough left for a split after the testing is done. Item number 12 also has several swatches of different sizes, and they are fairly dark red. And again, those appear to be a good possibility for a split after our testing is all done.
Item number 17?
Item number 17, as stated before, is a reference sample from Mr. Simpson, and that there'll be plenty of that available for a split. Item number 42. There is, again, several swatches, fairly medium to dark red in color, and there should be enough for a split at the end of the testing. Item number 44, that's possible. Those appear to be very much weaker, but there are several swatches, and so there's a good possibility of a split on that item also. Number 47, there's plenty there. We pretty much have no question there'll be enough for a split when we're done. Item number 49, I'm sorry.
Can you say for certain that a blood split could be provided before the testing has been completed?
No, not actually. There could be something, this is our best estimate again, there could be something go wrong. There may be not as much white blood cells there as we need, and so we could be wrong. Again, it's a best guess without actually starting to extract the evidence and prepare preliminary gels on it. We can't tell for sure. Item number 49. There should be, again, appears to be plenty available for a split when we're done with our testing. Item number 50 is a little weaker, but has a good possibility for a split after we're done. Item number 57, it appears to be possible for a split after we're done testing. Again, as indicated earlier, items number 72 and 82, blood swatches from the victims, will both have plenty of material available for a split after we're done.
Blood samples taken from the victims.
Reference samples, yes. They're listed as coroner's samples. And those are the only items at this time that we feel fairly confident that when we're done, there will be a sufficient sample for a split.
Now, before all of the testing proposed to be done on all of the items has been completed, is there any way to know with certainty whether any of these items can be turned over, can be split and given to the defense for independent testing?
Not without doing the analysis, except possibly on the reference samples. But without doing the analysis, we don't know how much we would need, and therefore could not even begin to estimate how much they would need to have either.
In other words, leaving aside the issue of the reference sample, which I understand the blood samples we're going to have plenty of, with respect to the evidence samples, is there any way to know whether at this time, before the testing has been conducted, there will be sufficient material left to provide a blood split to the defense?
No, cannot give you a definite answer. Yes, that there will be.
Cannot be done.
Cannot.
But at this time, for sure, you can rule out certain items that you know would be incapable of providing a split.
Yes, there are many very, very small samples here that may only lend themselves to one type of test at best.
So the items that you've listed for us today, then, are possibles, but you will not know until the testing has been completed.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to hair evidence, did I inform you yesterday that the defense was making a request to limit the samples of hair taken from the defendant to one hair?
Yes, you did.
And what was your response?
Well, I was shocked at best. First of all, I said, "You've got to be kidding," I think was my response.
And why was that?
Because it's impossible from one hair, to make any kind of determination microscopically for a reference standard from one hair to determine whether that's similar to other hairs.
What is the standard number of hairs required, or the method of retrieving sample hairs from a defendant in order to perform a comparison of those hairs to hairs recovered from a crime scene or item of evidence?
The method of retrieval is such that you take samples from all parts of the head, the front, both sides, the crown and the back. And it's by pulling and combing, because you do absolutely need some of the roots if at all possible. The second thing is that the recommendation in several articles, including that made by the FBI, is 30 to 100 hairs. And then you take a random sample of that 30 to 100. So they are suggesting that 20 reference hairs from each of the 5 areas, roughly making the 100.
Then let me ask you this. How do you make sure that you don't mix hairs taken from different parts of the head?
That's not important. You can mix them once they're taken from different parts of the head. It's just that the hair differs on different parts of the head, and you want to get an overall random sample, and then you take those and you get a overall picture of what the hair looks like, and then you compare it to evidence hairs taken, because you have no idea where those evidence hairs came from.
When you recover hairs from a crime scene or an item of evidence left at a crime scene, you don't know what part of the head that hair came from.
No, you do not.
And with respect to, as a matter of public habit and custom, are the hairs recovered from the head of a defendant segregated by the area from which they were recovered for reference purposes?
We segregate them sometimes when they're taken. It's not an absolute necessity. It's kind of an individual choice on the examiner.
With respect to comparison and analysis of hairs using the test known as PCR, and that's for DNA, is that correct?
That's correct.
How many hairs would be required to be recovered from the defendant for the purposes of comparing his hair to evidence that was recovered from the crime scene?
Well, for PCR, we usually use the reference blood sample versus the crime scene hair. And as far as hair, it is possible to do PCR on one hair root. That's the minimum amount you must have, but there's no guarantee. There's some ratios, and I don't know the percentage offhand as to how many times that has to be done or how many times they've been successful with one hair. It all depends on how good the root is, the age of the sample, etc.
Then for the purpose of performing comparison, even using the DNA test known as PCR, would you say that it was an accepted scientific practice or procedure to use only one head hair if you were going to compare it that way, taken from the defendant to evidence hair recovered from a crime scene? Would that be an appropriate method to use?
No, I wouldn't compare hair to hair. For PCR, again, I'd use a reference whole blood, preferably.
But if you did, would you say it was an accepted scientific practice to use only one hair from the defendant for that purpose?
Well,
She's answered that question 3 times. She said, for DNA, you do not need any hair. You compare blood to hair.
You know, Your Honor, she hasn't answered my question, and this goes to counsel's representation concerning the fact that he claims his expert said we only need 1 to 3 hairs. And that's why I'm inquiring as to this particular topic.
Do you understand the question?
well, let me see if I can I try to attempt to?
Well, I can reframe it, actually. Let me.
Okay.
Can you tell us whether it would be proper scientific procedure to perform a hair comparison using only one head hair from the defendant to compare to crime scene hairs for any test?
No.
Have you ever heard of any criminalist who would advocate comparison of crime scene hairs to only one hair taken from the head of a defendant?
No.
All right, Mr. Shapiro, will you be conducting the cross-examination of this witness? All right, and I did, at the outset, forget to ask the attorneys if you would use the podium. There are no microphones at council table. There is, however, a microphone at the podium, and that way everyone will be able to hear the questions. All right.
Your Honor, may I refer court and counsel to page 14 of our discovery motion, item 29B, which basically asks for a curriculum vitae of all expert witnesses. We have not received that yet.
Do you have a copy of your resume?
No.
Would it be possible to have some, do you have that prepared at your office?
I believe it's in the computer, yes.
Would somebody be able to fax it over here to the building so that can be provided to Mr. Shapiro?
No, because they can't get to it. I'd have to do it when I get back.
Mr. Shapiro, do you need that before you're prepared to begin the cross-examination?
Well, Your Honor, it would save a lot of time rather than going through all of her credentials. And we'd like to examine that. We may be able to stipulate she's an expert, or we may want to contest that.
All right. There's no one else that has access to your computer that can generate that?
Call and try. I don't know who's there right now.
All right. Why don't we see if we can facilitate that in the quickest way possible? Are there any questions that you have related not to her expert opinion, that just to the foundational matters concerning certain item numbers, or would it be better just to wait until we can get to her background?
I think the background would be important to have first.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Then we will break at this point in time, and if you could get that as quickly as possible, I would appreciate it.
Your Honor, may counsel approach the court for purposes of scheduling only?
Yes. Do you want this on the record?
It can be on the record or off the record, just a personal...
All right.
reference to the
Then
court.
I'll see counsel in chambers with the reporter.
Yes, all matters do have to be on the record. Yes.
Okay, we will continue this. Some things have to get done. We'll be continuing this tomorrow. I'll show these trial scenes from the OJ trial tomorrow. And we had a good night. We got Shaq got along better this time. And shout out to you, Dodgers, and everyone that came here. Right. So I thank you all for coming and hanging out with me. I've never seen the OJ trial ever, so it's a new experience for myself. I know about it, but I never saw it before. Right, so now what we'll be doing is thank you all for coming. Have a good afternoon, evening, day, wherever you are, and peace.